It, man. It's not about numbers.
We are about to witness the clash between two industry giants. Through confrontation and argument, we begin to see the true motivations of Bert Kreischer. Bert is describing what his average day looks like as a comedian, and Bobby sits there in disbelief, wondering why Bert makes himself so busy.
My day is packed. It starts at like 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, take Isla to school, get back, work out, podcast, shoot promos, take fucking conference calls.
I don't do any of that.
Why?
That's why don't you ask yourself that? Why do you do it?
Because I feel like I'm leaving stuff on the table.
Yeah, but you know what? Nothing that you achieve is going to fix you. It doesn't.
For real?
Yeah.
Bobby says that nothing you achieve is going to fix you. We see for a split second that Kreischer actually takes it in and acknowledges that it is a good point, but he quickly squints his eyes and rejects it. Not necessarily because the point was bad, but the source it's coming from is not super reliable. Kreischer wants to believe it, but he realizes Bobby may just be saying that in order to drag him down to his level. Bobby saying nothing that you achieve is going to fix you is implying that Bert is not doing these things because he is intrinsically ambitious, but he is doing these things and filling up his day in order to run away from himself and avoid facing the problems at the core of his being. Kreischer's "for real" with an upward inflection tells us that Bobby was spot on with his perception, because if he wasn't, Bert would have denied the reasoning that Bobby provided. The upward inflection also shows us that Bert is skeptic. The subconscious use of an upward inflection is a polite way of expressing skepticism without directly challenging Bobby's assertion. Bert is skeptic of the source that the information is coming from. He doesn't necessarily trust Bobby or see him as someone to take advice from. An act of great perception from Bobby and an act of great vulnerability from Bert. We can now recognize that Bert's nod of disagreement was not Bert saying, "You don't understand my motivations," but rather, "You are correct with your prediction of my motivations, but I'm not sure I trust you as someone to take advice from."
It doesn't.
For real?
Yeah. The whole point is living in the moment and just feeling your feelings and just, you have to work and pay bills and stuff like that, but I think you do extra and I don't like it.
No, so is there a part of you that like, I couldn't be you because...
I couldn't be you either.
I couldn't be you because I would say you're everyone's favorite comic and you've never done a special.
So?
I know, but don't you want to do specials?
No.
Bert says that he could never be in Bobby's position because Bobby is everyone's favorite comic and yet you've never done a special. Bert is showing a level of insecurity here because he is essentially saying, I would be completely overburdened as a comedian if I was lacking the social proof that having a special provides. Bobby says so and dismisses it. This is because Bobby believes that being true to oneself and connecting with the audience outweighs the conventional benchmarks of success as a comedian, such as having a comedy special. This is a super interesting contrast here. As we see, Bobby is driven by internal factors. He does what makes him happy, and he is incidentally a comedian. And Bert is driven by external factors. He is set on doing the necessary things in order for people to view him as a real comedian. Bobby places the judgment of his value as a comedian only within himself, but Bert places the judgment of his value as a comedian into the hands of the world. Which one do you think is going to be more sustainable?
I would say you're everyone's favorite comic and you've never done a special.
So?
I know, but don't you want to do specials?
No.
Why not?
Why?
When Bert says, don't you want to do specials? He's indirectly asking Bobby, don't you want to be considered a high-level comedian in the eyes of the public? And Bobby gladly says no. And by saying no, he is indirectly saying no because it is not the public who decides that I am a high-level comedian. It is me and my intimate audience who decides that.
Let me, right?
Okay.
Number one, I don't want to do stadiums.
Okay.
I've done them with you guys.
Yeah.
You know,
You
I
don't
think
enjoy it?
no. I like clubs.
This is so fascinating because we have the collision of two separate psychological motivations and lifestyles. We reach a momentary impasse because neither one can understand the other at first. It is here that we realize that yes, they are both comedians, but for two separate reasons.
I like clubs.
Yeah.
You go into a club, you can touch people in the front row. Also, then not like sexually, but like,
Yeah.
you know, tap like thanks for coming.
Yeah.
And then it's also then you can sometimes meet them afterwards.
Bobby's internal motivation allows him to have greater connections with his fans. Even though it doesn't bring him as much money or status, Bobby is not persuaded by what the public views as a high-level comedian's venue. We see in Bert's reaction that he is laughing out of bewilderment. This is because Bert does not perceive, understand, or appreciate his audience on an individual level. He views an intimate venue merely as a stepping stone to a larger venue, which would in turn earn him more status and creed in the public eye as a high-level comedian.
But don't you have any aspirations? Like, why do you do anything then? Like, why do you act in movies? Why do you act in TV shows? Is it for money?
That's fun.
It's fun.
Bert says, why do you do anything then? Again, we see the minds collide. Bert, in his confusion, provides external motivators to answer on behalf of Bobby, asking him, is it for money? And all Bobby can say is, it's fun. Bert is essentially asking Bobby, if you are a comedian and you're not chasing status or rank, then what's the point? And Bobby, following his internal motivations, is able to indirectly say, I do not need to chase status. I am status. With internal motivation, Bobby is living in the present, deriving meaning from pursuing what brings his soul joy. With external motivation, Bert is living in the future, deriving meaning from pursuing what will bring him status in the public eye. This is fascinating because the contrast of these philosophies coming together allows us to see them more clearly.
Yeah, but no, I like I like performing. I like doing pods because I get to express myself. And I like acting sometimes, but it's like
When you did the Bad Friends tour, wasn't it fun to go into a theater, have it sold out, have everyone hear you? You do something, you come up with something new, and you get off stage and you feel like alive.
Yeah, but I did that. I can do that in the OR as well.
That's not the same.
It is the same.
No, it's not.
We are seeing the minds collide in real time. Two separate realities clashing together. Bobby providing more and more internal motivations and Bert providing more and more external motivations. It builds up more and more until finally Bobby calls him out.
In your mind, see, you're twisting it, man. It's not about numbers.
But there is something about being financially stable. You don't have a family to take care of.
It is imperative to realize that Bobby is the only one in this conversation that is capable of addressing the current conflict. This is because someone who is motivated internally has a greater sense of self-reflection. It is very hard to be internally motivated, and it is very easy for the desires of the world to make you externally motivated. Maintaining your internal motivations requires a constant defense against the alluring desires of the external motivations that the world wants to inflict on you. Because of this, someone who is internally motivated has a greater sense of self-reflection and awareness because they are constantly scanning their internal environment in order to root out any external motivations. This is a special strength that those who are externally motivated are not given the chance to cultivate. Bobby calls him out for prioritizing the pursuit of status. Bert notices and tries to defend himself. This is where we see Bert try and provide an internal motivation that Bobby could get behind. The internal motivation of taking care of your family financially.
There is something about being financially stable. You don't have a family to take care of.
But Bert,
What?
and I don't know this about you because I'm not your accountant,
Yeah.
right? But I'm pretty sure you don't ever have to work for the rest of your life.
Bert's argument doesn't hold up at all under Bobby's scrutiny. And we see that Bert was just trying to feign an internal motivation in order to cover up for his external motivations of pursuing status. Also, we see Bobby assume a position of power here as he puts his hand up to stop Bert. Bobby's hand goes up essentially to say, hey man, that's not true. Let me stop you right there.
I'll buy one pair of shoes a month.
Oh, yeah.
No, mine's are like $800 shoes.
No, I buy expensive shoes too. But
Yeah.
I buy like we'll go to Philly and I'll buy 13 pairs of shoes.
Yeah, that's stupid.
I know.
Because you're not gonna wear it,
I don't wear them.
and you think it's gonna fix you because at the time it feels, but it doesn't.
I love that I'm getting therapy from you.
I'm not doing therapy. I'm not doing therapy.
Bobby is becoming more comfortable in his hand gestures than before. He is knowingly or unknowingly assuming a higher position of power against Bert. When Bobby openly declares, you think it's going to fix you, Bert realizes that he does not want this power structure to get out of control. So he checks Bobby by saying, I love that I'm getting therapy from you. Once Bert says this, it confirms our previous assumptions that Bert disagrees less with the advice and more with the source that the advice is coming from.
And you think it's gonna fix you because at the time it feels, but it doesn't.
I love that I'm getting therapy from you.
I'm not doing therapy. I'm not doing therapy with you.
Bert's statement startles Bobby, causing him to actually jump out of his seat and maintain a more defensive posture as he twice proclaims, I'm not doing therapy. I'm not doing therapy. And then we see Bert put out a delayed laugh. We often use laughter to diffuse the tension of an authoritative statement. And the larger the gap between the end of the statement and the start of the laughter, the more serious a person is about what they said. Usually the laughter comes immediately after the authoritative statement, but we see Bert wait a full second before he starts laughing, making sure that the message gets across to Bobby loud and clear.
And you think it's gonna fix you because at the time it feels, but it doesn't.
I love that I'm getting therapy from you.
I'm not doing therapy. I'm not doing therapy with you.
But like, is there not a part of you? Because I think everyone, college kids have your mentality where they're like, yeah, I'm not going to sign up for too many classes this semester.
The power structure has been leveled and Bert again starts to appeal to having external motivations, to the point to which he actively discredits Bobby's motivations by comparing it to an immature college kid's. Since Bobby is no longer in a position of power for the moment, he feels he can no longer lift his finger, take control, and lead Bert in the right direction. And now that Bobby feels he no longer has a clear outlet to speak, his desire to help turns into anger, irritation, and disappointment.
College kids have your mentality where they're like, yeah, I'm not going to sign up for too many classes this semester because I don't want to be overwhelmed.
We see Bobby look back and forth at the camera for the first time. Why is he doing this? Bobby is a sensitive man, and since he feels Bert took the power away from him, he is no longer focused on communicating with Bert. He is now focused on communicating with the audience, to which he was previously on Bert's side, trying to help Bert. Bobby feels he has been pushed away. In his irritation, Bobby now focuses his energy in this moment on creating a connection with the audience against Bert. Bobby is realizing that if I can't get through to Bert, then I will at least get through to the audience so that they can understand that I am in the right here.
At college, but like at a certain age, don't you aspire?
Aspire what?
Like, don't you?
Don't you? Don't you aspire? What?
Don't you have?
Bert tells Bobby, at a certain age, don't you aspire to more? Essentially telling Bobby that he needs to grow up. This is the opposite of the message Bobby has been trying to get across this whole time. Bobby wants to desperately tell Bert that Bert is caught in a trap, but he doesn't feel like he can do this without Bert taking it as an insult. Bobby has no clear communication channel with Bert right now, and we see his irritation building more and more. As he theatrically places his hand on the bridge of his nose, Bobby is being so loud with his body language and so quiet with his words because Bobby's priorities have now changed from directly communicating with Bert to indirectly communicating with the audience. Not only does Bobby feel unjustly discredited, but he is now realizing that Bert is so clouded in his thought that he can't even understand where Bobby is coming from.
I think about me a lot.
That's not good.
That's not good. I think about me only.
The whole point of life
Yeah.
is to get out of yourself and help others.
Before leaving the topic, Bobby concedes because he realizes that although he is right, the reputation that he has in other areas of his life does not precede him or inspire authority from Bert. While Bobby does have many faults in other areas of his life, it is important to recognize the superiority of a life led by internal motivations compared to a life led by external motivations. We must scrutinize our choices and reflect daily on our lives to ensure that we are doing the things we do because we personally want to achieve them, not just because someone or something told us that we should be doing it. It is completely possible that someone led by internal motivations can achieve just as much, if not more, than someone led by external motivations. Both of these philosophies can end up with the same results. However, only those who are internally led will enjoy the journey on the way to those results. Our happiness in this life depends on the quality of the fuel that we burn for motivation.
The Vegan Group Therapy Podcast is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents. Always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm to the world through continued use of shadow work. Shadow work is an arduous, unending journey of internal work, unlearning to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Forced shadow work happens when someone behaves so bad that the people in their community, metaphorically, forces their shortcomings down their throat through relentless public ostracization. Satanism is not what they taught us on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil and who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are today, living an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant to the natural laws that govern them. This is the reason we are where we are in trouble today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come up and speak or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Don't focus on me or anyone else on this show too much, as humans are fallible, but natural law is not. A lot of things said on the show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. Hi, Alicia. How's it going?
Hello. Good. That was interesting.
So yeah, me and Ali saw that. It was just like, we were like, how relevant is this? Yes, this is about celebrities and, whatever, is going on with those guys, but the situation and the difference between someone who's authentically on point and someone who's just trying, it's just kind of like, I don't know, it just resonates with me in the show, I think. But it was pretty cool. So I think Scott's gonna be here a little later, so we got a bunch of stuff. So I don't know if you guys saw, last week's show is one of the best shows I think we've had, or at least to top 5 best shows, with Dr. Peter Rogers, the vegan doctor, and he is a medical doctor practicing, not a chiropractor like all these carnivore doctors are. But we had an awesome interview with him. You should definitely check it out. It was episode 48, which was last week. And then it was pretty cool because Dr. Rogers made a little, where'd it go? There we go.
This video is for what I call the Vegan Prophet interview. And the reason I'm calling that, I was interviewed over at the YouTube channel of Jeffrey Phillips. And I had never seen their channel before, and they just invited me for an interview. And I was so busy, you know, with all this divorce and moving, I didn't even check. I just agreed. I don't get asked to interview very often. And then what I noticed was they made this really nice meme for me, which I thought was kind of fun. There's a couple fun things about it. Well, first of all, you can take a look. There's Bart K wearing a dunce cap. I thought that was pretty funny. And then all the people in here are people that work with their YouTube channel. So they had a whole bunch of people. They asked me a bunch of questions. It was a lot of fun. It was very nice. They were very nice. I enjoyed it. It was a good interview. A lot of good topics were covered. We had a good conversation. And then I had a character in one of my earlier books called the Vegan Prophet. I just was trying to imitate Plato's Republic, whereby he had a whole bunch of people talking to each other in conversation, like a play. Plato was a frustrated playwright. So he wrote his philosophical dialogues in the format of a play, with Socrates talking with a whole bunch of other people. So anyways, in my books, when I was writing, for example, the How to Reduce the Risk of Chronic Disease, I imitated Plato's method of writing it like a play. And one of the characters was the vegan prophet, talking to plant man Prometheus, talking to a skeptical reader, and some other characters. So anyways, this reminded me of that idea of the vegan prophet. And of course, it reminds one of the idea of, you know, the first vegan was Pythagoras. And people used to call the vegan diet a Pythagorean diet. So the whole thing was kind of fun. I'll have the link to their interview in the description below here. I hope you enjoy it.
So that was unbelievably cute.
And there were some really nice comments as well from his people saying that it was a good mix, and they had very favorable. It was a very good cross-pollination of audience and appreciation of the content, and it was really informative. I learned a lot, you know.
Yeah, it was really cool. He's very easy to interview also, like as far as someone who has to interview, you know, he kind of just he knows what we want to hear.
He was very generous of his time, and
yeah, he's honestly like he's a big deal. Like what he's doing is very big deal. There's like other vegan doctor guys and stuff like that, but they aren't doing it in a way that's as understandable. It's more in like I know, you know, I'm a doctor, it's above your head, you know, where he's like, oh no, I'm going to draw this out for you with like crayons, you know, and explain, you know, why these systems work this way. Yeah, so it was pretty cool, and that was really cool he did that. And I got a bunch of new subscribers, and there's
brilliant.
That video is almost 800 views. Super awesome. Everybody hated the intro music that I played though.
That can be polarizing for some, but
yeah, I think I need to have like several intros that I can pick through if I have someone on, you know,
and it'll match the tonality of what the content of the show is. Yeah, it can. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, so. Oh boy.
I didn't even know about Pythagoras either. And it was very interesting because of all, like I was on the subway here in Toronto and someone was talking to me about Pythagoras and I go, oh, he was the first vegan because of this information. Sorry if I'm like being a goober by not knowing that, but
yeah, before veganism was coined, it was called the Pythagorean diet.
Oh,
they have like it's like there's some kind of weird rules to it, like they don't eat like potatoes or something like that, like there are some weird things that they dodge.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, no wonder I never heard. I mean, having Irish in me, then potatoes.
We love potatoes. But I think it was like some religious reasons or something like that. But yeah, so that was really cool. That was a really good, nice, relaxing episode.
Yeah.
And but the week before was a pretty fun one.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. Now that you bring it up, yep.
Yeah, we got visited by by a I don't know, what would you call it?
Classmate?
No. What's it called? Flying monkey. Learned a new
Really?
term this week. Do you know what a flying monkey is?
You're gonna say
Okay, so Wizard of Oz, right?
yes with the
What did
Wicked
the
Witch,
what did
the
the
flying
flying monkeys
monkey.
do? What did the flying monkeys do?
Oh, I
You'll
don't
love
remember,
this.
but they were attached to the bad witch, not the good witch.
Yeah,
right?
they backed up. They were the little minions of the bad witch.
Right.
So
Ah,
it's a term that I heard like 3 times in the last week, and I was like, oh, this is kind of
monkey.
interesting.
Yeah.
And I looked it up, was like, oh yeah, it kind of makes sense. But anyway,
Well, it's interesting because I mean it I don't think it achieved what that flying monkey was wanting to achieve at all. It really backfired, and you know why? Because the power of the white witch. I'm not getting Wiccan or anything, but since you brought up the Wizard of Oz, is the most powerful.
yeah, it's been kind of a pattern on the show of people
Yeah.
coming here with bad intentions and leaving kind of like with their tail in between their legs. It's been pretty fun.
So true. And you may or may not get into it later. Of course, some of the what's behind. It's funny, the Wizard of Oz is such a cool movie because there's that whole thing about what's behind the curtain and the truth, which I'm sure will be unveiled a little later on. It's fascinating because some of the stuff people don't necessarily see what's going on within the show, but then because some of us are involved in that area or you know whatever, we can see things and put 2 and 2 together, and it's really foul.
Did you notice that Flow State was in the comments?
When? Last week?
No, yeah, it was last week. He didn't want to come up. He's not making that mistake again.
That was
the one who came up. Yeah, the good cop, bad cop night.
Oh
yeah.
yes. And then I think he said he was off to go and have some meat, but he, you know, we were good to him, weren't we? Ish.
Yeah, John Bob was kind of getting out of hand. But
I always see that as being everyone as an archetype, and sometimes excuse me, because even if you think back to like even in school, some of the teachers that weren't even the strawberry shortcake ones are the ones that you actually really do remember and go, God, they actually were really good. So you never know what's needed in order to convey a message, but
yeah,
or crack the nut. I don't know. I continue to say that, maybe because it's the marketer in me and everybody has different approaches. I don't know.
That's funny. Oh yeah. So so I guess we have, what do we got? We have a bunch of stuff pertaining to Esteban, I think we wanted to go over. And then we have a whole load of stuff about hydrogen water therapy. I think
would go
we
with
could
hydrogen water therapy first, almost, unless you feel because I would be really interested in what our guests' perception
for sure.
analysis of behavior is.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, for sure. So, since been investigating this hydrogen water, which I assumed, you know, right off the bat was a massive scam. I was looking around. I didn't find much in the beginning. And then I started finding stuff. I found this just the other day.
Right, I've seen those. They're expensive.
Well, I thought it was a scam at first too, until I started to do some research on it. And it turns out that there's all kinds of peer-reviewed, published clinical studies on the benefits of hydrogen water.
Yes, there are published clinical studies on hydrogen water, and most of them are on rodents. Look, I'll give it to these companies that there's some evidence that adding extra hydrogen to water, because let's not forget that water already has hydrogen since H2O, 2 hydrogens, can have some antioxidant effect, but there are huge issues with this. Not only is hydrogen very reactive, which means it will dissipate in the atmosphere quickly, but it also is very difficult to make it dissolve in water. water. So even on the distant possibility that hydrogen has any impact on human health, you'd be getting very little of it from one of these. The health claims from these bold companies also massively outpacing the rate of research, saying things like it can cure rheumatoid arthritis and give energy similar to a coffee. Does it increase?
The video abruptly stops for some reason. Oh boy. Yeah, so this one's going.
How long has this hydrogen? I never stopped to give it a lot of thought per se. I know that we've had another person who we know who uses it daily.
Yeah.
Slav. And
We have several. John Bob does too.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. All right. And I mean, theoretically, you'd think, oh, okay. And especially if they're expensive, there's this perception that if they're expensive, that like 5K or above or whatever, 3-5 plus whatever it is. But in listening last week, it was actually kind of an arresting moment to say, with Patty as well on there going, yeah, like that's actually kind of really a very vulnerable place to be putting things directly in the line of fire of your brain.
To be trusting a $200 Chinese device with your health, that this thing's not going to fail and do whatever. Yeah. Well, we got a bunch of people showing up. So yeah, there's that you're trusting your possibly your life, or at least like some sort of damage that can happen from, like, if this device goes wrong and starts feeding you either too much or burns you, or it melts and you have a nasal cannula in your nose and it's burning. So that was pretty shocking to hear that. And, I just wanted to clear up, because like the guys, they're saying the craziest stuff in their marketing scheme. They're literally telling people that they'll save money not having to go to the hospital by buying this device and using this device every day, and like that's where like I just like, this is a big ethical, like this is really dangerous as these carnivore influences pushing people to do carnivore diet. Like it's the same kind of thing. And so I found that little short of a doctor, just being like, nah, also. And then this video is pretty crazy. But hi, Patty.
Hello.
Hey, William.
Hello.
We were talking earlier about how rad last week's show was. Patty, did you see the video Peter Rogers did?
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. Oh yeah, you commented, right?
I made a comment. He is so awesome. That was so cool.
He's really underrated right now. I think like he could really he should have hundreds of thousands of followers for sure.
He is the ultimate Renaissance man. I mean, his like everything that he's into, the arts, the literature, just how to learn the human body. It's just remarkable. I mean, I have been binge watching his channel.
Yeah. Pretty
much, Jeffrey, since you entered. I mean, definitely since last week. Every morning I work out and I have him on.
Wow.
I just. It's just amazing.
What area are you looking at? Because I know in one of his sections on YouTube it said doctors or for doctors. And I'm like, that's going to be the Patty section.
Well, I watched one of his playlists on diabetes mellitus. I watched the playlist on hypertension. Right now I'm, writing lectures for the spring semester in cell biology. And he gets into, cellular respiration. And I just think of all of these little nuggets that I can like inject into my lecture material to help my students. I mean, it would be medical doctors don't know what he's teaching. I mean, they ignore, they're ignorant, they're ignoring the truth of where all of these different environmental chemicals and the estrogens we get from like the BPAs, everything he talked about last week. But like where it specifically interferes with the mechanisms of how the mitochondria work. And the mitochondria is at the heart of basically human energy production, and it's how we thrive. It's how we, it's how you can ride on your bike for 20 hours straight. It comes down to the mitochondrial function, and it's just so beautiful to see this stuff being shared freely. I mean, this is a gem of information, what he's sharing with the world.
He could be charging, couldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he could be teaching at a medical school. He could be at a medical school teaching it, occulting that knowledge, but no, he's sharing it freely. Kind of like what Mark does, sharing, the everything about the occulted practices of how governments work and how the political systems work. Peter Rogers is doing it in other realms. And I just think it's beautiful that these people are now here sharing things with all of us. I just feel very grateful that.
And it was so interesting because I even learned about caffeine, and I don't drink coffee, and I gave it up a number of years ago, but I do drink green tea, and it's like, oh my goodness, the effect on the mitochondria. And I just thought, we should have, I didn't think to ask at the time, methylene blue and mitochondria. I heard that's supposed to be good, but I don't know. But anyways, I digress.
Who was it? And I didn't watch it, but what's his name? Jeff Nelson. Jeffrey, are you familiar with Jeff Nelson from the Veg Source?
Yeah, I watched that video you sent the link to. What's his name?
Well,
Dr. Tuttle? Dr. Tuttle?
He interviewed Will Tuttle, which did you watch that?
Oh my God, it was amazing. Yeah,
Will
very
Tuttle,
badass.
I read his book, The World Peace Diet, like when I first was getting into raw veganism. I'd only been a vegan for a couple of years, and this was like back in 2010. I read his book, and I didn't know he was such a badass. I just thought he was like this spiritual guy that, was kind of like a hippie. And
Ali was saying it sounds like he's a fan of Mark because he had a bunch of stuff, like all the stuff kind of laid out. It was the principles, the Hermetic principles and shit.
Well, Alicia, Jeff Nelson also did a video on methylene blue recently.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
I didn't watch it. I didn't have time. I've been working all day, and I just didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
I'll try to see it. I know that someone who pushes apparently a high grade is like, what's his name off the Raw Food Network, who's had serious health issues as the last 5 years.
Matt Monarch?
Yeah, Matt Monarch. Yeah, he pushes some apparent really.
He pushes everything.
He doesn't he? He
sells a lot of shit. Yeah, he's. He seems like, I thought he was cool back in the day. Him and Angela were like up there with the one guy. What's the crazy guy with the crazy hair? I can't think of his name.
Yeah, not to digress into the Matt Monarch thing, but yeah, following Angela, her massive weight loss, I think it was like probably well over a decade or more when they were still before they had the kids. So it was really interesting. And then it went all weird. So methylene blue is the point of that. But
what is methylene blue?
All I know about methylene blue is that we use it in biology lab to test for certain things, or we stain cell cultures with methylene blue. It's like used in labs, but how it's being used for health, I have no idea.
I've never. It's very difficult to find in Canada. Maybe not approved. So
are people using it? Is it helping people? I'd be cautious.
Sounds like a colloidal silver or something like that.
Which is funny that you say that, because with the hydrogen water, it looks like there's a dual usage. You can drink it, or it would be in the
or cannula. Yeah.
One being somewhat safer, obviously, but it made me think afterwards about, do you remember those foot baths where they're like,
oh yeah, all the toxins,
some sort of chemical little experiment? It could be black, and it could be which
I lost a friend over that.
Did you?
I had a buddy who was going and doing it every day, and I was just like, dude, you're being fucking scammed, bro. Like, seriously. And he got so mad that he blocked me on Facebook. It was someone I knew for like 10 years. It was crazy. I was like, you're being scammed. Yeah.
Oh no.
This is a constant thing that like has been in my life. I think it's just like with online people and with this show. I wrote a list of all the people that have come and left this show because of one disagreement.
Mm.
And not even like a major disagreement. Like, it's the strangest thing. And then it's very strange. But yeah, Peter Rogers is a badass. I would love to I would love to like manage him and like get him, like I want to get him in like debates and stuff. I want to get him like on my network. Oh yeah, we figured out a new name for the network, I think. What was it? Eighth Principle?
Oh yeah, the 8th Hermetic Principle, which is the principle of care. That Mark
Yeah.
talks about. I'm
Yeah.
quizzing you right now. What is that 8th principle? But you knew it.
Yeah.
I'm having a deja vu moment.
Esteban. Oh
You
my
have
god.
Esteban is cute. I thought, he was trying.
It's
try
a
to
flying
look at
monkey
things more
moment.
positive.
Flying monkeys.
He wasn't so cute behind the scenes, actually, Patty. He was
Oh,
a little
really?
shit disturber. Oh yeah.
Well, it was funny because the first time, I don't know. It was a bit
for later, but yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. It was very funny. But let's watch. So I want to watch a little bit of this video. This video is hysterical. I just found it too. So here we go.
Popular biohackers on the planet. Drinking
Whoa, that's too.
water may have profound antioxidant-like effects, improving digestion, performance.
By the way, we seem to have
Mood,
some comments
clarity.
on Methylene Blue as well.
What's that?
Race Lever has put a bunch of stuff up on Methylene Blue.
Oh, I bet he has. Race Lever is our show's AI bot that just
that's
has
right.
all the greatest information and greatest
That's
comments and greatest.
Well, according to some of the most popular,
he still has never shown his face once on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yet he's here every week with funny comments.
And
smart.
We asked a conscious-based question, and he didn't answer.
He wasn't able to answer it. So
that would not be AI oriented. It'd be like, I cannot compute. Anyway.
Okay, MB is also
giving some AI answers right now.
Yeah, no, he's without a doubt an AI. I don't know who set him up to sick him on me, but he hasn't done anything negative so far. So
yeah,
it must be a friendly vegan bot. Anyway, it's given intravenously by a trained health professional in a hospital or clinic setting. If you think they've taken so that's like not information we needed at all.
Do not try this at home.
So this video is about this guy's investigation into hydrogen water and hydrogen water machines and the sales of hydrogen water machines.
Popular biohackers on the planet. Drinking hydrogen gas infused water may have profound antioxidant-like effects, improving digestion, performance, mood, clarity, all these crazy benefits people are claiming. But looking into this, I'm still wondering, is it really all that? Or is this some kind of a gimmick? Well, I want to know. That is why I will be putting these to the test. Why are you leaking? Seriously, though, I will run these through different tests, including a heavy metal test. Why, you might ask? Well, I'll explain that in this video. And will I experience any of the claimed benefits for myself?
Yikes.
That's what we're going to find out in this video. We're diving down the rabbit hole of hydrogen gas-infused water. Is it all the rage, or is it just a joke? Let's find out. But you gotta focus. So it seems like this idea of hydrogen-infused drinking water surfaced in popularity some years ago. Then it went kind of dormant. That is until just recently on a popular podcast, human biologist and biohacker Gary Brecka gave his reasons for drinking hydrogen-infused water daily.
It is fascinating. I'm so convinced that hydrogen water is the best water that you can put in the human body. And
well, ever since then, it seems like this topic has exploded. But aside from this being just word of mouth, it turns out there are actually studies on this hydrogen-rich water concept. In a recent systematic review, researchers compiled various studies looking at the potential effects of consuming hydrogen-rich water. And right here you can see a summary of the potential benefits taken from these studies. Now this is pretty expansive, but the ones that are catching my eye are the aging, the mental, but most importantly, the potential benefits it may have on physical performance. Research has shown that drinking hydrogen-rich water before exercising can mitigate the effects of fatigue and build endurance. However, they go on to say not all studies have demonstrated encouraging results. One study showed unclear effects on fatigue, and unclear or inconclusive differences difference is. This one study showed that subjects who drank hydrogen-rich water for 4 weeks had improved mood, anxiety, and overall mood. That's redundant. But then there's also the counter. Results showed no significant difference between control and treatment groups. So it seems like these researchers are thinking maybe, but there needs to be more studies done, which is why I need to step away from these studies and actually just try this out for myself to see if I experience any of these supposed benefits. Okay, well, first of all, how was I even going to make hydrogen-rich water? Wait, that's helium. Well, according to Gary Brecka on the podcast, he gets his hydrogen-rich water by drinking it out of a special water bottle that produces it. So I did the most logical thing here, and that is searching Amazon for one of these special hydrogen-producing water bottles. Anyways, after a deep dive, my first purchase, that's right, I'm going to make more purchases of more water bottles in the future, but my first purchase was of two. One that was very highly rated, and another one that was the cheapest one that I could find. Anyways, after receiving, unboxing, and examining both of these products, I was quick to realize that they looked pretty similar on the insides. In fact, after looking through most of these hydrogen-producing water bottles on Amazon, I realized a lot of them were kind of just copies of each other with a small change made here or there. So how do these hydrogen-producing water bottles even work? Well, based on what I found out, it appears that most of these water bottles use some form of electrolysis, that is using electricity to split H2O into hydrogen and oxygen gases. Now, also most of these water bottles claim they use PEM technology. This stands for a polymer electrolyte membrane. And the idea here, to my knowledge, is that this membrane helps separate the hydrogen out from the oxygen gases into a specific channel so that in the water bottle's instance, you can have that hydrogen gas coming out into the water while the oxygen must be going out somewhere else. But that is if it's actually doing what they say it's doing. What the heck is with the blue light? Like, why? Why do we need a light to, like, but hopefully that's just
because it looks cool.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, all you need to do, and all I did, was fill these up with filtered water, and then it takes that water and it separates it using electrolysis, like I just mentioned, into the hydrogen and oxygen gases. And then hopefully we're just getting that hydrogen gas up into the water, and hopefully it will be infused with the water. Will it actually make a difference? That's what we're going to try to find out. Oh gosh. It smells like glue. Yeah, that's right. After running one cycle, they both smelled like glue. But I figured it was probably just a new product manufacturing thing, so I rinsed it out, ran another cycle, and then it was time to initiate the first test. And for my first test, we'll call it the antioxidant effect on the apple test. Now, before you think I just came up with this, no. In fact, I came across so many different iterations of this picture used within the advertisement of so many different hydrogen water bottle products. Essentially, it shows some kind of apple or pear slice sitting out in the air, then a slice in regular water, and then a slice in this hydrogen-rich water. And then, well, according to this picture, after 6 hours have passed, the slice left in the hydrogen-rich water is the least oxidized. And this is trying to portray the beneficial properties of this hydrogen water. But would this actually be the case in real life? That's what I was going to test. So to start, I cut up an apple. I left one slice out. I put one slice in regular tap water, then one slice in filtered water, then one slice in the water from the more popular hydrogen water bottle, then one slice in the water from the cheapest hydrogen water bottle. It's been 3 hours. Let's take a look. So far, this one looks like it's browning a little bit. Not the same. I can't say that any of these have changed significantly. All right, so it's been well after 6 hours now. I don't know. I don't know if there's any difference, but I'm going to take them out now, place them on this little rag right here, and we can take a closer look. Starting with the air. All right, now the tap water apple. Okay, now the filtered water apple. All right, now the hydrogen and the hydrogen knockoff one. They look exactly the freaking same. So yeah, after 6 hours, all of the slices left in any of the water looked the same. So I decided to put them back in their respective containers and leave them for 24 hours to see if there would be any difference. And well, 24 hours later, you can see for yourself. Tap water, filtered water, hydrogen bottle, more premium, and then the cheapest one I could find. These even look worse, to be honest with you. Yeah.
They're worse.
Oh, like they literally smell like rubber cement on the inside. One thing I could think of is when I did produce the hydrogen in the bottles the first time, I had the caps loose. What if I tighten it and let it pressurize? Would that perhaps infuse that hydrogen into the water? And then when I do this experiment again, would that actually make a difference? Maybe I'm going to try that and see how that goes before I move on. So that's exactly what I did. I tightened the caps, then I ran the cycle, then I poured them into new testing cups, then I sliced up a pear this time because I figured maybe it would get more brown faster. That way we didn't have to wait that long. And I put the pear into the various water bottles, and well, 6 hours later, I didn't notice any difference. And then 24 hours later, based on visual observation, I didn't notice any significant differences between any of the water submerged pear slices. I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. So maybe the fact that I left these cups out for 24 hours caused the hydrogen to escape into the air away from the water. Therefore, it's just regular water again. And maybe that's why they all look the same. But then again, after 6 hours, they all look the same too. How long does the hydrogen stay infused in the water? In fact, does it even stay infused in the water? Or does it just immediately escape into gas into the air? That's what I want to find out next. So I ordered in the mail right now some hydrogen testing equipment and some hydrogen testing chemicals that should hopefully tell us the parts per million of hydrogen ions that are or are not in this water. But before we get into more testing, I can't believe I did it. I purchased the EcoGo Plus. I had to do it. So the EcoGo Plus is the hydrogen water bottle that Gary Brecka apparently uses on a daily basis. The only issue is it's $250. But I figured because I'm really diving into this hydrogen water rabbit hole, it would be rude not to include it. So I purchased it. It should be coming in the mail as well, along with the testing equipment, and we're going to throw it in the mix and put it up against everything else. And eventually I'm going to be hopefully drinking from one of these and hopefully experiencing the benefits. So in order to be thorough and do this right, I ordered a plethora of testing equipment as well as some more hydrogen producing water bottles. Over the next several days as these things arrived in the mail, I was getting more and more excited to test out all the different hydrogen water bottles as well as eventually try the hydrogen water for myself. However, when observing some of these products, I ran into some issues. Ugh, there's hairs in this. Do you guys see that hair? Yeah, I don't think I'm about to stick that into my drinking water. So I don't think this problem was a direct fault of the company. I think it was like a shipping thing or a return item perhaps. So I decided to reorder this tester. And in the meantime, I came across this potentially sinister scenario that may be one of the contributing reasons hydrogen water fell off the map a couple of years ago.
Consumers hoping to improve their health say they were tricked into buying a hydrogen water machine for thousands of dollars. This morning, WNRT News' Mallory.
So as I'm waiting for all my testing equipment and other hydrogen water bottles to get here, I just went down the rabbit hole on scams in this whole industry. No, I'm not talking about whether or not this electrolysis process actually makes legitimate hydrogen enriched water. And no, I'm not talking about influencers taking a cheap product and then selling it to their followers for 10 times the price. In fact, what makes this one special is this alleged scam happened to the influencers.
Can you believe I found this?
Hey, yeah. This is just Kevin Buckingham, and I'm just calling regarding the program you have with the hydrogen water system. You guys reached out to me in an email.
Oh yeah, Kevin.
He's talking. He's talking to Logan right now.
Yeah, you got a lot of followers.
Well, I only have 3.
It's Will.
3?
Yeah, 3 followers.
3 followers. Yeah, you know that's a lot of. That's a lot of people, you know. It's more people than Well, anyways, you calling about the program?
So yeah, I was just kind of wondering, like, what exactly do I have to do on my end?
Great question. So it's pretty simple actually. You go to our website, which I'm sure you already know how to do. You go to our influencer program page, and well, you purchase the product, and then we send you the product, and then you make posts to your social media promoting the product according to the guidelines. If you adhere to those guidelines, we'll send you installments every week until your product is paid back off.
Oh, okay, cool. Wow.
Pretty cool, huh?
That's crazy how that works.
Any questions?
Oh, and when should I get the product by?
Yeah. Well, the sooner you get ordering, the sooner you get the product. Basically, that's what I always say.
Oh, yeah. No, of course.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be a part of the program.
I can't believe this.
He's capturing it really well.
No, it's hilarious. 10,000. Yeah. What? I can't. I'm dying. Oh no, don't do it.
He went from 250 to 11 grand.
Yep.
And if you want to see the full skit, it's out now on my skit channel. A link in the description.
I think it was just.
It doesn't end like
well,
you're going to expect. Anyways, how it relates to this alleged scam. So the way I'm interpreting this is allegedly
he was just pouring water into
and what they did was they looked for influencers, reviewers, blog posters, etc. And well, they made an agreement with these influencers that if these influencers purchased the hydrogen water system, which was pretty expensive by the way, and then the influencers made consistent reviews and posted good things about the product, and there was like a schedule and they had to hit a certain, I guess, quota or whatever. Well, if they did everything on the checklist, the hydrogen water systems company would pay installments back to these influencers, basically paying them back for the system they had to purchase from the company. Anyways, what apparently happened to some of these influencers, reviewers, etc., is they stopped getting payments, and it just got really messy. Anyways, the final remainder of my testing equipment and hydrogen water bottles should get here by today. We're gonna have a crazy lineup of stuff, so I'm excited to get testing and try to figure out which ones I'm actually gonna use for myself. Maybe I'll use them all. Just go. All right, finally, we're ready to test. Finally, all of my new testing equipment was here, as well as some new hydrogen water bottles I wanted to test as well, including the $250 EcoGo Plus. So I got to give it to the EcoGo Plus, but out of all these so far, it's the only one that had this cap on where the electrolyzer or whatever the heck you want to call it is, that has a little bit of water in it. I think that's supposed to like preserve the platinum or whatever the heck that is. So yeah, look, I take this little knob off and there's like a little bit of water in it. So yeah, there's some water in there if you can see. So as I struggled to get this thing together, the reason there was a cap with water in it over the electrolysis plate is because apparently, according to these companies, the water is supposed to keep the electrolysis membrane hydrated as they ship. So I'm just wondering, by not having that water in there, did it affect the other ones somehow? I don't know. Anyways, we will get to the test where I do test them for hydrogen, and you will see there are some differences. Oh, look at all those lights. Now you can see when I have these all on, even though they all say they're using basically the same technology, it appears that the bubbles, to get scientific, or the way that they're producing them, well, they all look like they're coming out differently. I'm taking a closer look when I take the water bottle portion off and just look at the electrolysis plates. They all actually kind of look a little bit different. Also, something to note is the EcoGo Plus ran for 5 minutes when I hit the cycle button, while all the other bottles ran for 3 minutes. Oh, and I also purchased hydrogen water tabs, or tablets you add to regular water that are supposed to infuse it with hydrogen. Yeah. So I will be testing this one as well to see how it stacks up versus the hydrogen producing water bottles. So after all the cycles were done, I poured the water into separate cups and then quickly tested them with this hydrogen water tester I purchased off of Amazon.
That's really
so this is just regular tap water right here, and as you can see, the meter actually isn't picking up any parts per million of hydrogen. Over here now to one of these. Let's just pick the Elate. Boom.
Wait, what?
1.143 parts per million hydrogen, apparently. Okay, so those bubbles might actually be hydrogen if this thing is actually measuring hydrogen. It's measuring something parts per million. So
the
what
tablet
I'm getting at
works.
is whether or not this meter is actually accurate. It was at least picking up the difference between filtered water and hydrogen water, showing that filtered water had 0 parts per million, according to the meter. And then the hydrogen infused water actually had some difference. So there actually might be something different with this water after it was infused by these bottles. Anyways, I took multiple tests and I took the average of each, laying the initial data out. To my surprise, the EcoGo Plus actually produced the highest parts per million readings according to my meter. I then ran the H2 blue test, which consists of using these blue drops that react to the dissolved hydrogen gas in the water. And when it reacts to that gas, it turns clear. According to these drops, every drop that drops into the water and then turns clear indicates 100 parts per billion. So you keep dripping this into the water until it doesn't turn clear anymore. And that's approximately how many parts per billion hydrogen gas is dissolved in the water. I'd say that's turning. I can't believe it, man. I cannot believe it. What can I not believe? Well, according to the H2 Blue test, the EcoGo Plus was once again leading the pack. According to this test, producing more than double of all the other water bottles. The only other thing that tested the same as the EcoGo Plus using the H2 Blue test were the tablets. Now, there has been some concern, echoing, pun intended, around the internet regarding how these things are produced and whether or not they contain any contaminants. I wanted to do my best to test for these, so I bought these heavy metal test strips, as well as these heavy metal plus chlorine plus other contaminant test strips. And well, to my observation, I did not get any concerning readings with any of the products, including the tablets, using these test strips. Now, the tablets did leave behind this mysterious gray film to the glass. Ew. Look at that. That's like residue left over from the tablets. Some other ingredients in these tablets: magnesium, 80 milligrams, and then dextrose, malic acid, L-taric acid, adipic acid. So maybe it's one of those other ingredients.
Carbs.
So maybe it's just like magnesium or something. So after running all these tests, checking for impurities, and rinsing these all out over several times. I think I finally concluded, I can't believe it, but this is the one I'm going to be drinking from. Hello guys, my name's Lucas. That's helium. Okay, anyways, I think I will be drinking from this one for the next several days, and I will note to you guys if I experience any differences. So even though all the other hydrogen water bottles I had a glass cylinder, and this was the only one that was made from plastic, I still chose the EcoGo Plus as my hydrogen water bottle that I would drink from for the next several days, for 2 reasons. First of all, I detected the most hydrogen in it as compared.
So I think we're getting the gist of that. You can watch the rest of that video. This guy's channel is called Pygmy.
PIGMIE.
The MIE. Yeah, I investigated drinking hydrogen water. He's got like other skits and stuff about the hydrogen water scam. Not that this is science or anything, but I mean, we saw that other doctor saying that, that all of these tests were done on rodents, and we've seen doctors say that when you do it in the cup, it's going up into the air before you even get to your lips, really. And so it's just, it's a bunch of. It was funny to find this because I was just like, oh wow, like if I had AI make a video about this situation, this would be it. So yeah, we're just finding more evidence after talking to Peter Rogers, who also thought it was very scammy, the things, the marketing that's being used to sell these devices. And so the skit this guy has, it's one of the bigger machines, but all the machines work the same. It's just simple electrolysis. There's no crazy technology in these machines at all. It's like a very simple old formula, and it's not like anything that needs to be tons of money or anything like that. So it's just more evidence we have, and it's just kind of shocking because these guys have gone into overtime doing videos and pumping out videos selling these things, and their shorts that they're putting out are just like full of, oh, this is safe, 100% safe, 100% effective. You'll save money going to the hospital, not having to go to the hospital if you use this thing. Like the craziest marketing claims. Like we had a doctor. I had a doctor up here, and I asked the doctor about it, and the doctor was like, "Yikes!" And Patty, you backed him up. Anything that nasal cannula, some Chinese device that claims to do something that science doesn't even say it's really doing yet. The claims of these people selling these devices are outpacing the science on it, and the science is kind of like, maybe a little bit, but really not worth spending $5,000 on a device or $250 on a device on some Chinese device. Like I don't trust my health to some Chinese device, no matter what they're saying. But yeah, rodent studies.
I remember I posted on our private group chat because I'm just not on the YouTube at the moment, but there was a Dr. Circus, and I follow him for a long time. He's a naturopath who lives in Brazil. He's American and he lives in Brazil. And I thought he was totally cool. But as I just went back on his website, because I remember looking at it at the time, and the article goes back to 2016. So we're 8 years into this, like, whatever, when a trend, fad, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating because it did range. I remember at the time I went, okay, well, I'll just get the tablets. And I didn't in the end do anything. And it ranged from many thousands of dollars for the machine to, if you want to just try it out with the tablets. This has been around for a while.
I didn't even know about the tablets. So that's even more ridiculousness. That are other ways of getting it without plugging plugging a machine into the wall. So I thought these guys were like animists, and they're like all about their like past and like worshiping these pagan gods and stuff, but they think in order to be healthy they need to be strapped to this machine that's depleting energy from it's crazy that there's a tablet. You don't have to plug a machine in that uses up electricity. You don't have to pay for electricity. It's just there's just more bullshit. The more I investigate this, it's just more like, holy crap, these guys.
It's a trial entry price point that you're not. It's a non-committal situation.
Yeah.
I say lever, maybe a lever.
I don't know
if it's Canadian or British thing in me. I don't know, but it says did your tablets. I never bought them, but if you look up Dr. Circus and molecular hydrogen, the tablets are probably still on his website. But it was a suggest. I put the link in there. Yeah, we could actually look at, because it's within his article. Usually at
Hey, 1 second. Hey, Miles, do you come in goodwill?
What's up?
There's someone new here. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. What about you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
I commented like a couple of weeks ago, but I first like started watching your videos when you debated the Joey kid.
Remember?
Yeah.
That was funny.
Do you know he sells?
He's gone.
Like,
his
life
channel's
insurance
gone. He
now?
took his channel down.
Yeah, he sells life insurance now.
No way.
Yeah. He
Dude,
like
mission
he owns
accomplished.
a G-Wagon with like 8 other guys. They
Well,
rent a
he's
G-Wagon.
he was filthy rich to begin with, but that's pretty funny. There was a YouTuber, a young YouTuber, 19-year-old, just like Esteban, exactly the same situation as Esteban. Some overly confident, nerdy kid who started making YouTube videos for the carnivore diet. But at 19, like, what life experience do you have? And he was making all these wild claims, and he got huge. He got like 20,000 followers over like a couple weeks, just making these awful videos. All these carnists like to say, oh, veganism is being pushed by the powers that be. And it's like, yeah, right, dude. They push carnivore stuff. But anyway, so this 19-year-old kid, I had 2 debates with him. I had one debate, just me and him. And then I had one debate that was on a debate channel that was moderated. And like, this kid it was the same thing that happened with Esteban, really. Just ridiculous claims that no one ever really like checked him on, because these guys, they hang out with yes men all the time. They hang out in their groups, and they don't actually deal with vegans ever, rarely. But these young kids, they get the confidence. They're kind of dumb enough, they got the dumb confidence to actually come out here. And Joey Schwartz, me, Durian Rider, and Durian Rider, Alicia, the beginning of last episode, the buff guy, he's kind of like the Andrew Tate of the vegan world. But Durian Rider debated Joey, I debated Joey, and this other guy, Nutrivore, debated Joey. And after that, the entire carnivore community turned against him and caused him to rage quit his channel. And he doesn't do carnivore content anymore because we the vegans handed his ass to him so hard that he couldn't even show his face. It was really hilarious situation.
Was this
But
on this
it's
channel?
on my channel. I have
Wow.
if you go back a couple of years down the line, I have there's some of the bigger videos I've done.
I didn't know Durian Rider was on your show.
Yeah, I've had Durian Rider on.
Cool.
He's not the easiest to nail down to do an interview, so I was pretty lucky to get one. I definitely he's been telling me he's gonna come on the show for the last 6 months, but he knows that I know how hard he is to get a hold of, so we're kind of like trying to get him back on again.
It was the clip you had of him, right? Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. What's that?
It was a clip you had of him.
It was a clip. The clip I showed at the beginning of last week's show was just a clip of Harley. It was just one of his videos. But I did like it wasn't even really an interview, but I did like a hangout and chat with Durian Rider video that's on my channel too. But I'm gonna he'll be on in the next couple episodes, I'm sure. One of these days he'll just pop up. But he's hilarious, hilarious and controversial. He was at one point the biggest vegan YouTuber on YouTube. He's kind of where he has a variation of the Kempner diet that we've been on. Me and Allie have been on for a long time, and he's just a really funny dude. Like, funny because he's Australian, but at the same time, he's really goofy and he's a very big troll, but he's very smart and knows a lot about health, and he's trained a lot of people, and I've been on his protocols off and on, and riding bikes and stuff, and I couldn't believe the things I was doing pretty quickly on the high carb diet. Once I got rid of my sugar phobia and actually went out and started putting in miles riding, chasing Allie around. But yeah, Harley's pretty funny. Where did I go? Where did I start with Harley? Oh, so yeah, Joey Schwartz got destroyed, Miles. Yeah, Joey Schwartz. That's one of my favorite. I destroyed during Garland Farms pretty bad too.
Yeah, I watched that one.
I got him to. I took him on a moderated, an anti-vegan moderated podcast, and a debate podcast, and actually got him to eventually admit that the animal agriculture industry does more harm than the plant animal industry. Me and Allie did one debate with him, and then I did a follow-up because he you don't really get through much in one debate that's like 2 hours. So you kind of do like a first debate as like, okay, what's this guy? What information is he bringing to me? Now you come back, do another debate, and with your and debunk everything he says. So we and Ellie smashed Garland Harms, Strawman Farms. There's been so many memes this guy made of that debate. By the bean. We got him like screaming about stuff. Like, it was so funny. Yeah, so yeah, Joey and Garland were like pretty fun going after those guys. Just liars, just straight up demons, like lying their brains out nonstop to people, giving them terrible health advice, impacting their lives negatively. Like, it drives me nuts. And so these guys are so confident that you can get them sometimes to show up, and all you need to do is look at their YouTube for a little bit and see all the fallacy, all the bullshit they use, and learn their arguments ahead of time, and just be waiting for them. And, like more vegans need to be doing that kind of stuff, because it's hard doing debates, and it's hard, but we've come so far, over the years. Just the vegans in general have gotten such better arguments, and we've learned so much more about health and all the things and morality and everything. And it's very cool. It's very cool. So yeah, thanks for coming by, Miles.
Well, do you mind if I ask a question or two?
Absolutely. I don't mind.
Okay. Well, I'll give you some background about myself, okay?
Shoot.
Okay. So right now I'm 22, and I play on a semi-pro soccer team here in Alabama that's where I live. And I live in like a really small town, but anyway, currently I eat a mixed diet with like fruit, vegetables, and also meat. Periodically I have gone through times of not eating meat, but I also from 2020 to late 2021 I followed a strict, very strict carnivore diet, and obviously I left that, and if you would want to talk about the negative health effects I saw from that, I'm open to talking about it.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure a way out to eat fully plant-based, because every time I've gone or attempted to, I have issues with digesting vegetables from being on the carnivore diet. Like I bloat and will get terrible gas because I think my body hadn't eaten any fiber, and now I'm like, well, can I ever do it again? I don't know.
Yes, you definitely can.
Yeah.
You definitely can. You probably just, I would imagine you're having a gut issue. Your gut hasn't really changed or the fact that you're still eating a little meat is keeping it from changing. Patty here is a health teacher. Allie taught me everything I know. They're far more educated on this stuff than I am, but I would imagine, it's your gut hasn't, done the transition, and or there's something else you might be misdiagnosing something. A lot of people misdiagnose themselves. But the carnivore thing is definitely, gives you diverticulitis, or symptoms of, or points you in that direction, which is something you got to get out of you. I know people like fasting. Alicia just went on a fast for a long time. You wanna take over from here on that?
Well, it's obviously open to debate which approach people take, but I was transitioning from meat eating to not, and I did it like overnight. And I started off first, my approach was I needed to get my colon clean and not to be too gross to people, but I went on a distilled water only for 2 weeks, more to go into autophagy, because I had situations like diverticulitis, which is extremely painful, and anything that I was eating at the time, I was just like, I felt like Fat Albert. I just was like, blah, blah. And it was just insane. So I'm like, I got to just nip this in the bud. And I will say, by doing coffee enemas and being, after the 2 weeks I've been on, it's been 64, 65 days now on a juice, an organic juice only. It could be vegetable or fruit or what have you, but completely no fiber within the juice itself. It's allowing me to still get the nutrients into my body, but also get the colon cleaned. And it is astounding. I'm 64, whatever it is, 65 days in, and I'm still getting stuff coming out, and I'm not putting any solids in. And the diverticulitis will come out like little pebbles. And that means that it's coming up even with papillae, and did you say you have diverticulitis, Miles?
No, I mentioned it.
Oh, you mentioned it. Then I won't go
But
down
he said
that
that he's
rabbit hole
having
too much. But for example, or even the the old poo, and you've got to get that stuff out, and the mucoid plaque, and it's cleaning out the colon and then working on the gut and the brain connection. But I'm not like a professional. I'm just going through, and I'm just experiencing the transition. And then by doing that, you're resetting your gut so that the flora is there and it's in a better position in order to receive all of the new whatever it is you're going to put in, grains or legumes or fruit and veg. That would be my 2 cents on it.
I would say also, though, like if you said you're an athlete, it's a little bit harder, to do big fasts as an athlete. But the guy I was mentioning earlier, Durian Rider, he's on YouTube. He's a wealth of information, I'm sure. But like finally doing the transition and quitting eating the meat and dairy, that stuff's definitely not helping you being an athlete. Carbs, really help with athletics. I don't know if I assume if you're playing soccer, you're probably drinking a lot of sugar and drinks and stuff like that. But not being scared of sugar and carbs is definitely going to help you transition into eating plant-based. Especially if you're an athlete, like you can't really take a 20-day fast because you have to be able to go out there and perform. And so that's obviously going to hinder you if you try and do that. But you got to find some way of cleaning out your guts, because the carnivore stuff definitely messes you up.
And the nutrients, your colon, the membrane is just going to be covered. So what you're putting in, you're actually not optimizing, let alone the parasites and everything else that's probably going on in there. There's a really good resource, and it's John Rose. I know a few in the group are aware, and
I've watched a lot of his stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Look up whatever, he's got just such a plethora of videos, whether or not it's juice feasting or colon cleanse or I'm an athlete, I need to get, like, how can I transition? And I'm sure he would have something there for you as well. Allie, you were going to say something. I'm sorry, I'm going to mute.
Oh, no, it's okay. I I was just writing it out. I was gonna say as an athlete with a really high overall calorie intake, one thing I found is that just kind of to echo what Jeffrey was saying earlier, just incorporating sugar and liquid calories in, just because it's hard to like sticking with. I'm not sure what your diet looked like before, but kind of coming from the whole food plant-based world, it's hard when you're consuming, you know, like 3,000 plus calories to just have a bunch of berries and stuff. It fills your gut up with a lot of fiber, right? And you're going to have trouble, and there's going to be a transition. How long were you plant-based before?
No, he's carnivore and he wants to go.
Oh.
He was carnivore and had bad
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you haven't gone straight plant-based yet. But yeah, definitely then just that having the small amounts of animal product mixed in with the fiber, it's going to be always an issue. It's just best to, whether it's, you know, cleaning out with a fast or just doing a transition over a couple of days and then just giving your body a week or two to adjust. But
that's
yeah,
exactly what, just to reinforce what you're saying, because last week Peter spoke about that, and he said it takes about a week for your body to adapt.
Yeah. The gut bacteria literally changes, and the good bacteria overtakes the bad bacteria. But that's kind of, there's a lot going on there, so there's going to be some gas and some, you know, blowback, so to speak, from that process. But it is worth it for many reasons, and performance wise, like Jeffrey was saying, check out Durian Rider. There's a lot of athletes and professional athletes, specifically endurance, like cyclists and runners, who are on the plant-based high carb protocol and have had really good results,
including Nick and Nate back in the day.
What do you guys eat when you know that you need to have that high performance output? What is it that is your go-to, either before a ride or whatever it is, that maybe Miles can try to adopt?
Oatmeal in the morning is always amazing. Rice is always amazing anytime, but in the morning is oatmeal. Like she kills. I don't really like Cliff Bars, but she kills Cliff Bars like crazy.
I would say what's really important is the idea of what you're eating. Like, let's say you're having the next day or next morning is a big day, you know, exertion wise. The night before and the day before is really important, as far as just fueling yourself and eating a good amount. And then let's say the next day, keep the fiber intake low until you're kind of more into whatever activity you're doing. So, I mean, I have
start pounding the carbs.
Yeah, well, the liquid carbs, the liquid calories, you wanna start getting in. But it can be hard loading up on a lot of fiber right in the morning, and also, so it's just kind of like it's timing, and that's kind of like, at least like, let's say with like bike races, with cycling, that's kind of a huge part of the equation with nailing sort of your performance in a race, is your days leading up to it, and then, you know, going to the bathroom at a good time, and then the morning of fueling correctly, because that kind of stuff, you can be feeling really good otherwise, and then your fueling can be off, your digestion's off, and it can just throw off your performance completely.
Day. Yeah, like I've almost like just bike rides, like you gotta not ride for the week ahead of time before a big race. You just don't ride, and you just have to. You just want to take it easy and eat as much as possible. But I guess the morning of the ride, you don't want to like eat a bunch the morning of the ride. You want your system to be cleared out so you can easily take the liquid carbs and sugar and whatever drinks you're drinking. But that should be what, like what is it, 100 carbs or 10 carbs per pound? What is it?
Oh God.
This is something we should know. 100 carbs per hour, or 100 grams per hour, right? If you're on a bike, it's like 100 carbs. You should be eating loads of fucking carbs. And especially like if you're running like crazy, playing soccer, that's all you're doing all day, running back and forth. So it's like you are as in tune with your body as we will be as cyclists when we're really on our shit. Because if you do something wrong, you can tell. Like, I just like I didn't like I don't drink alcohol, and I don't drink alcohol for any like bad reasons. I just drink alcohol because I can't anymore. When I do it, it just kills me. It's like it's too alien, you know. Once you've converted over to like you know, being eating this clean and being this in tuned. But I would definitely you know, at least start doing vegan on the weekends, or vegan till 5, you know, like start taking baby steps, or just, you know, do it over a week, you know, and just get it over with, because that's going to be the biggest thing. And then, like I said, dude, go binge watch Durian Rider. He'll be a little bit abrasive at first, but he even has a coaching group. I think it's like $200, and he'll answer your questions all day. But he's given all of his information away in his videos. You just got to watch him. But he's very funny, and he is a beast athlete. He's a hybrid athlete. He's a runner and a cyclist, and he destroys people at 40. He's a year older than me, 47, I think now. He's still destroying people, you know, half his age in races, because he's just super in tune with his diet. He does openly do steroids though occasionally. That sometimes throws people off a little bit, but he just does it so he can test it out and show people the downsides of doing steroids and stuff like that. Because sometimes, you know, and especially in cycling, you don't want to be heavy, and especially in soccer, you don't want to be heavy. You don't want to be dragging excess weight around. And so you want to get all the fat out of your diet. All the meat and stuff you're eating is not helping you be an athlete in the least bit. It's definitely slowing you down.
Yeah, funny. I think you'll find this part funny. When I was eating like really strict carnivore, I could not. I tried out for many teams. I didn't get a single contract. And
Yeah.
I literally I added in. I'm eating like tons of mangoes, and I added in carbs, and I got signed back this past summer.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there was one of the greatest cyclists of all time, Chris Froome, was one of the greatest cyclists of all time until he went low carb, and he hasn't won a single race since. And it's funny because I'll have like Harness, they'll come and they'll throw articles in my face about Chris Froome being low carb, and I'm like, bro, go look at his record. He was the greatest cyclist of all time, and now he can't win a race, and he's continuing this low carb diet. And it's just like all these carnivore influencers, they lie to people. They're like, oh, you're gonna tap into your oil, your fat restores, and you're gonna get super energized. And it's just like, no, you don't understand how carbs work. Like they're very important, but that's pretty interesting that you just immediately felt better.
Yeah, 100%.
There's a video. Mike the Vegan has a video, and it's called, I think it's I Quit Carnivore. And there was this bodybuilder guy, this Asian kid, who was like insanely mutant yoked, right?
Oh, that Tristan Lee kid. Yeah.
And like they showed him on carnivore, and then they showed him like 6 weeks later after he introduced carbs, and he was way bigger. Like all that weight is muscle glycogen, and you need that to perform as a human. Your whole body runs off glucose. You need that stuff. So yeah, I mean, the sugar phobia is definitely not good, but yeah, mangoes are freaking awesome. And you know, sometimes it's hard to eat fresh fruit all the time. Some dude just pound cans. You know, you want to get rid of the aluminum, you know, but sometimes you gotta compromise just to get some fruit in there. Smoothies are great. Like yeah, juicing's kind of pointless, you know, like.
I was gonna say we had a good segment with I have a clip on my YouTube of Patty talking about smoothies, but that's kind of like I would say the key to unlocking, like, because there's no other way to get that much fruit in, right? But just as like a high calorie meal, and again, you can add sugar to it. You can add, if you want, you can add protein powder.
Oh, you're muted.
Oops.
Go. You back?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything after you can add protein powder. After that, it went mute.
Covered up with the fruit taste. Like you could add
It was working at the end there just now. No. Nope.
Not sure. Miles, what kind of negative effects did you notice on the carnivore diet?
Where
Other
do we
than not
even
getting signed?
begin? A big one is your mood. I was like I can always remember I'd come in the house and somebody would maybe be in the kitchen or something and I'd be so hungry and I would just be in such a terrible mood. I was very agitated. Uh, I don't know, it's like very little things would set me off. I had a very quick temper at that point. Um, you fatigue. I would cramp all the time. My calves would be hurting like to the touch.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I know it's incredibly constipating because there's no fiber that you're
Well,
taking
it's
in.
funny that they tell you it's like, oh, it's normal not to use the restroom every single day. It's like your body's using all of the food, so you're not gonna have very much waste. That's why it's small.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. But they
Yeah.
normalize it, so it's so crazy, and then all these big influencers like Joe Rogan or Sean Baker, they have such big platforms and they have this huge echo chamber and they just push it and you're just like, oh yeah, I mean, it does make sense. Look at him, he looks great, you know.
What is it like with, it's Alicia here. What's it like is there a comparative with your teammates and what they eat? And it's like, do people look at what each other is eating and what one gets from that? Or is it more of an individual thing?
I think it's very individualized. Like some of the best players have like the worst eating habits. But it's something interesting I noticed because I'm really in tune to it. I feel like more than anybody else on my team. Probably our best player, he'll be like early in practice and he'll pull out candy out of his pocket and it's just sugar, and he eats candy like all throughout our practice. So I find that fascinating, but
Well, the things you'll do to get the glucose, right? To get the sugars.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw Jeffrey said he might have to reboot. Does that mean we're gonna lose this stream or can we just stay here?
Well, we'll find out. And Scott, there was just some audio technical difficulties with Jeffrey and Allie there. So
Okay,
no, you can stay. Okay. And so you came on when they just jumped off. It just happened to be that it's nice
I
to
didn't
see you.
crash the program.
Oh
no. Hi, Scott. Scott, are you on the One Great Work Network?
Yes, I am.
Okay. That's where I recognized you.
Oh, great.
Awesome. And you're here for the shadow work, correct?
Yeah, I do a lot of inner work. A lot of it's derived from Dianetics and Scientology, so it's a very interesting transposition.
I think the volume is a little on the lower side, Scott. And
is that any better?
I can hear you okay.
Okay.
I can hear you.
So I kind of specialize in inner work, but I still lean on Dianetics and Scientology type counseling because I have this theory which seems to work out very well that the deep state kind of took the workable technology that helped soldiers recover from World War I, and they sequestered it into a cult, a crazy cult, so that either you were going to pay through the nose to get this kind of counseling, or you were going to consider it a crazy cult and wouldn't go near it. So it's been quite a job to try to repackage this and take the religion off it and kind of offer it to the world again. But that's what my websites do.
I have I've heard of Dianetics. Could you just kind of in a nutshell explain what that is and how it relates to Scientology?
Yeah, that's where it all started. And so, really, the technology I was talking about, recovering people from trauma from World War One, that became Dianetics.
Okay.
And Hubbard claims to have discovered it, but it was actually Freud and Breuer had. Breuer was the teacher and mentor of Sigmund Freud, and Freud sort of helped Breuer bring it to the world through a book that they wrote together. And then Freud took off and really messed it up.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
How's it going, Scott?
Good, thank you.
Awesome. Great to see you again.
Thanks.
Scott, have you lost a bit of weight since you were last on here by like a few pounds? Or is it just, I swear your face looks thinner.
I started to fast just after the last time, and I'm still recovering. I may have a little bit more of a tan because we went down to the beach for a while, but I'm still struggling to gain the weight back. Yeah.
Ah, you can see it. And Miles just said bye-bye. So we kind of did that transition with Scott. And so Miles has just put a note.
Cool.
Thank you for having me. You'll come back and go deeper on it another time.
Cool.
Thanks for taking over, Alicia.
Well, just to transition that.
No, I know. That was good.
Well, because Miles disappeared.
Yeah. So Scott is a former Scientologist auditor who's like kind of a badass shadow work, inner work guy. So yeah, explain Dianetics.
Right before we jumped on. He was
All right, I'll explain something else. I'm actually still a Scientology auditor, but I'm independent. I'm former church member, and I'm a whistleblower. So I whistleblow against the cult, but I still found that the auditing is still a good thing. So anyway, Dianetics was derived from Freud and Breuer's work. Sigmund Freud had worked with his mentor, Breuer, and Freud turned out to be a real jerk and a weird guy, maybe even a pedophile. But and Freud kind of messed things up. He made it into psychoanalysis, and the dark occultists made sure that Freud was pushed to front and center in the universities. So that's all we knew and heard about in the last century was Sigmund Freud. Everything traces back to your childhood or to sex or something like that. So they just demolished inner work with what they did to Freud. And then they handed Hubbard this package of stuff that was actually working, because one of the students of Freud and Breuer developed trauma therapy that were helping World War I soldiers recover from shell shock and PTSD, we would call it today. So that all got to Hubbard. He wrote the book Dianetics. He didn't expect it to do that well, and it did. But I think, again, that might have been a coordinated operation, bringing him into the fore.
A psyop.
A psyop. And, by 1954, just 4 years later, he was talking about forming a religion, and he did so and made Scientology. He had lost the rights to Dianetics because he had spent so much of the money he was borrowing. I don't know what on, because he was a little bit lavish, but not extremely so. And there's been researchers who have put forth pretty interesting theories, like that Hubbard was laundering money for the CIA, and that very well could be. That was the Dianetics Foundation exploded, into view in New Jersey, and that was right in that area. So there was a lot of CIA on his staff and former FBI agents. So when you really dig in, as people have done, you find that it wasn't so spontaneous or so grassroots, or maybe not even I don't know how well they can fake the bestseller ratings and things like that, but I've heard people used to piss me off when I was in the church and people would say, I heard that, you guys just buy your own books. But then I found out that, yeah, sometimes they buy their own books. So
they were trying to put him in the limelight. So as a distraction, like from these other guys that were more on point.
Yeah,
did you see the movie? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah. I think I started talking about that last time I was on with you, that that it was kind of a magnet for rebels. The same kind of rebels that we see in the freedom movement. The freedom movement of the day wasn't much, but it was basically people who wouldn't walk into the Catholic Church anymore or the Protestant churches. So, but they were interested in science fiction. Hubbard's a science fiction writer, and in the science fiction magazine, they kind of unrolled this. And so a lot of engineers and, guys that were technology guys that were, not dumb people, pretty smart people. They were fascinated and interested. And if you really read into Hubbard, he was a brilliant researcher. I can't say that he was always telling the truth. I can't say he didn't make things up. But when he wanted to solve a problem, he did. He was brilliant. I mean, he had a genius IQ, and he was probably 99% probably high grade intelligence agent during World War II. He has medals from the North Atlantic operation that nobody can explain.
Yeah.
How did he get a medal for the Normandy operation if he was supposedly stationed in the Pacific? So there's a lot of evidence that, dropped time and things that Hubbard may have appeared in behind battle lines in France during World War II. That's fascinating in its own right. So he was a prodigy, and he was born into a Navy family. His dad was a Navy captain, and
wasn't he a captain too? Didn't he run a ship?
And he was a captain when he was in the Navy as well. And he has a double naval record. One is a war hero, where he was actually behind enemy lines and won these medals. And the other is that he was a buffoon and a flub, and
that's what I heard.
Him off. So they have to overlay these records to kind of keep everything, keep you guessing, so that you never find out what he was actually doing.
Did you see the movie The Master?
Yeah, and someone brought that up to me the other day. And The Master was actually, I did some research on it. It was written by a Scientology brat who was brought up by Scientology parents. And not that he's a Scientologist anymore, as far as I know, but he did a lot of the movie from his memory. And the movie is a little chaotic because they're compressing, or they're collapsing the 1950s, where he's kind of in a desert setting, with the 1960s,
motorcycle,
late 60s, where he went out on the sea in ships. Okay. And so you see in the movie, and I took the character that the Hubbard character is working with. He's kind of he looks a little Hispanic maybe in the movie, or at least dark hair. And I looked up the guy that he was based on, and I found him. And the guy's last name is Estrada, and it's kind of like, in some old Scientology magazines and materials. But I finally found the guy, and he was an adherent of Hubbard in the 50s. And I thought that was really interesting that they went through all that trouble to try to make the guy look close to the same when they cast him. Yeah. So there's it's a lot closer to Hubbard than a lot of people will admit. And a lot of the disbelievers that they don't think it's about Hubbard are actually from the church, because they're so enamored with the Hubbard is God, or Hubbard is a superpower being kind of fiction that this church peddles. that they have trouble seeing Hubbard as so human, and he's drinking in the back, back alley of the ship, kind of, and being human and normal, and
With this
flawed.
crazy
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched it a couple of weeks ago, and I think 2 seconds in, I was all, "This is about Scientology." I was all, "That's Hubbard," and it was just, yeah. If you're denying that, so what you said about how accurate they were. So I told you that I was friends with Tyson Hubbard, that was L. Ron Hubbard's grandson, right?
Wow.
So I didn't tell you that last time.
I think you did.
I may have, yeah. So if you guys didn't watch, I was nearly recruited in a business. I was working for a company doing HVAC, and I was nearly recruited into the church once. And then I was in a band, and everyone in my band was a Scientologist, and all my friends were a Scientologist. I didn't know how that happened, really, but I've had quite a bit of experience with Scientologists. But Tyson Hubbard was a buddy of mine. He was in this awesome band called Touche Amore. But we went to the Celebrity Center once. I went with him, and I was like, "I don't really want to go there." And he's all, "It's cool. I run the place, basically." And I was like, "All right." And we went in, and people came up to him, and they're like, "Oh my God, Tyson." And he's like, "Leave us alone." And no one talked to us for the rest of the day. And that was a complete opposite experience that I had the last time I was at the Celebrity Center, when they locked me in a room in the basement and played crazy videos and did some wild peer pressure, I guess, or something on me, trying to convince me that I needed the church, and that I was literally a piece of shit if I didn't join the church. It was one of the wildest, and I have trauma from that day, honestly. That's the first time I've ever been like, oh, like they closed the door and told me I couldn't leave, and I was just like stunned, and like I didn't know how to stick up for myself in the right way back then. And I ended up like agreeing to do a course, and the course was absolutely humiliating. And then they sent me handwritten letters for months and months and months. People were asking if they wanted to send security down to pick me up. Like, it was pretty wild experience. But so back to the movie, how you were saying it was very accurate. The son of L. Ron Hubbard looked exactly like my friend Tyson Hubbard. Like, they really did go very deep and looked at these people and found people that looked just like him. Because when they showed, they're like, "Oh, that's the son," and I was like, "Oh, dude, that looks like Tyson to a T." That's pretty crazy. But it was a very pretty movie. Made me feel kind of weird. But very beautiful movie, very good acting. Holy shit. Who is it? Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman before he died. Amazing actor. The guy who did the movie, the director, I don't remember what's his name. Paul Thomas Anderson. What's his name? Something. Amazing movie if you guys haven't seen it. But it's loosely based, and they couldn't say it was based on the church because they would have been sued to death, basically. So they changed the names of the characters. But if you're watching and like, oh no, this is Scientology. But it starts off in a way that it's not explaining that it's Scientology. But anyway, it was a cool movie. I was interested to see if you had seen it, because we just watched it a couple weeks ago.
It's called The
cool
Master.
Master, yeah.
I'm writing
Maybe
it down.
It's 5-10 years old. I think it was.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I saw it several years ago.
Joaquin. Yeah, somehow missed it. I never knew it was. I feel like I read an article about a undercover Scientology movie being done, but I never saw it. But Joaquin Phoenix is really good in it, and Philip Seymour Hoffman is really good.
Is he the one that kind of is Hubbard's close adherent?
Yeah.
I had no idea that was Joaquin Phoenix, but
yeah, can you believe that? You wouldn't know if you hadn't seen him recently. Like, he just twists his face in a weird way, and it just doesn't look like him anymore. But it's a very kind of crude and weird movie. But very, very pretty movie, very well done movie in a time when just endless shit movies. I guess it is kind of an old movie, but Yeah.
Or just
So was that a good portrayal of auditing?
Not that accurate. That was the one
Okay.
thing. But I thought to myself the second time I saw it, I thought, maybe they did do it that bad back in the 50s, and maybe the guy just remembered it that way.
I had the feeling from it because I've been through a little bit of it. I had the
Yes.
feeling that it wasn't quite right, but close.
Yeah.
They were kind of pushing it to make it sound a little crazier, I feel like,
Yeah,
or less
I think
coherent.
so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Can I ask a question in relation to what would be auditing or shadow work, or really trying to get to the core of oneself, whether or not we have our own self-sabotage boogeyman or patterns or whatever else? And how, because I actually at one point many years ago went into Kabbalah even, which was a lot about the ego and all of that stuff, cult. And it's really interesting how, it's packaged up to try to get closer to yourself, but then it's almost such a prime opportunity for this cult thing to get in there because you cracked right open. So how do you go about taking oneself down to the chassis with the shadow work or auditing or whatever it's called, whilst being safe?
I'm sorry, while what?
Whilst being safe.
While remaining safe? Yeah, okay, that's a great question. For one thing, in the Scientology church, they've had to really turn up the volume on the cult outside the auditing room, because people like me, and there's others, the auditing worked so well that when you walked out of the auditing room, it was funny. It's like, wait a minute, I've just been in here gaining my personal freedom and my independence, and I go out here and I get yelled at, ordered around. That's something isn't right here, and I struggle with that cognitive dissonance for a long time. Now, there are Scientologists outside the church doing auditing. I'm not really hooked together with them very closely at all. It's very loose. It's like, yeah, we know each other on Facebook, that kind of thing. Or sometimes I'll get a referral, or I'll refer somebody if I have to. And what I can say is a lot of those guys still subscribe to a lot of the Scientology beliefs and stuff that I don't anymore. I've got it down to just, this is how the counseling works. And the reason I like it is very structured, and it's set up so that it gets you to really focus. It's not loose and, sitting across the desk from a psychologist for 50 minutes, your time is up. I think you've got such and such disorder. Here's a prescription. It's not like that at all. It's like, what would you like to handle? Okay, so close your eyes and get into it, So anyway, to answer your question, I think it is pretty safe for you to do inner work on your own, okay? All you got to do when you're done with the inner work is like, you are open, and it's a great time to study, truth or true materials, or an inspiring book or a self-help book or something like that, because you clear things away and you want things to, it's like a tide. You clear things away and you want things to flow back in that are good. When we were in the cult, what was flowing back in was, more of the same we just got rid of, only now it's in present time. It wasn't my childhood. Now they're bossing me around and I'm 30 freaking years old. It's like, it was crazy. It was that crazy. So I don't have a whole lot of concern outside and away from a group like that. I don't have, where I think people get under any, have any danger getting under bad influences. But you're right. A person is more open and more susceptible, and it's always good to do something pleasant, like take a walk, do some exercise, or read a good inspiring book. And then, you sort of when you do that, you sort of retain the gains that you had in your therapy versus losing them. You lose them when you go out and get into fights and struggles and social media and things like that. You kind of forget, where you were at. But when you have what we call a release, where you have a realization about life, it's like taking a step into enlightenment. It's a step-by-step thing. And when you get those little steps, they're very pleasant, and it's a very good time to enjoy them and enjoy them away from bad influence.
That's
it's almost like if you do the entheogens, you don't want to be in a bad environment if you do mushrooms. So
right.
It's
And
that
so
kind of thing.
to that end, then when one is going through this type of, and there could be, I suppose, bursts of it where you do some and then you have your life and then you go deeper or what have you. I guess where part of where I'm going is in some of those bursts where you're trying to get closer to who you are for your own self-actualization, whether or not it could be a Kabbalah, a Scientology, a religion, it could be the freedom movement, it could be the truth movement. It does seem to be where when one is trying to get closer to truth and what is one's truth, that's what I've witnessed is there's a cliquey and there's like a culty aspect to some of these organizations or situations, and it can become dangerous. And I've seen it even in the truth movement. We've seen it in the freedom movement. And I just think when you're cracked open, open for truth is when you're it's almost like your own soulful ER. And you have to be so careful about what's going on around you for people who can be vulnerable or malleable to some not good influences and stuff as they try to come down to their own soul chassis and then rebuild themselves up, of which we have an example we can talk about later. But it is interesting because I'm taking on board what you're saying, and I guess I like what you're saying in terms of it really is quite a private journey, and that is the best place, the safest place is with yourself, and or if you are with a professional therapist. And to I think Jeffrey's going to say something there.
Because the auditing is guided, right? Scott?
It's somewhat guided, but mainly it's mostly Socratic type questioning that's drawing out from you. So,
Right.
And the auditor's job is to listen and acknowledge mainly. But yeah, there will be a sort of guidance, and the church has gotten into really putting a little extra guidance in there. Hubbard would not be pleased. It's like Hubbard wanted it to be pretty pure. I don't know what he had in mind outside the room because he's the one who formed the cult, but he made it so that the rules for an auditor was to make sure that person gets the best service. You're listening to him. You're not telling him what to do or what to think. Let him have the realizations. And so that's when it was done that way, it's a great thing.
So you mentioned the modern psychology. Like, would you trust a modern psychotherapist with doing guided shadow work to people?
Yeah, it depends. I would definitely check them out first.
Mm-hmm.
What you want to avoid is anyone who thinks drugs are okay, medicines are okay.
Well, yeah,
there
for
are
sure.
A lot of psychologists and some psychiatrists, unfortunately I have to say some, that are drug-free. And when you got someone who's drug-free, it means that they are committed to using basically just talk therapy to get their results, and they're not going to depend on drugs, which means they're going to try to do a good job. Now, even amongst those people, there's going to be the occasional person who's going to be passive aggressive and put you down in the name of giving you a diagnosis. Just get out of there your first session and find somebody else. That's what
And
I would say.
it's interesting because if they are suggesting the use of the psychedelics or pharmaceuticals or whatever have you, we do know that you can't crack the subconscious, which is where a lot of that is stored within the first 7 odd years. And so it's actually restrictive of breakthroughs or releases, as you call them. I'm trying to catch up to your terminology, right?
Right, right. And the interesting thing is, yes, Scientology can, auditing, especially going up to the higher class auditors, can start hacking into the subconscious pretty well. And again, it's a voluntary thing. It's not terribly intrusive, but you're asking me to remember something many lifetimes ago, and you're very vulnerable at that moment. And so there's a high level of trust. And this takes me back to when you were asking about that vulnerability. Mark Passio really points out that humans are a programmable species, and that's so true. Whether or not we are, as spiritual beings, but definitely with the animal body that we have, hypnosis is a thing. Nowadays, when people accuse Scientology or Scientology auditing of being hypnosis, I just look right back at them and say, everything out there is hypnosis, man. And, not that everybody is doing hypnosis, but we're sleepwalking in the matrix, most of us, a lot of the time. Even those of us who are awakened are, still have our moments, and we're very hypnotizable. And the advertisement industry takes advantage of that, as we all know. Mark Passio points that out, and it is so true. And so one of the things I do like about the Scientology approach, it was supposed to be minimize the hypnosis and the Dianetics, where you close your eyes and you relive an incident. There's some hypnosis there. That's a lot like regression therapy. Okay? It's unavoidable, but he did try to minimize it. And in Scientology therapies, the eyes open therapy, especially where you go and touch the wall and touch the other wall and touch the desk, and you're getting in contact with the universe, that's actually anti-hypnotic. And a lot of the anti-Scientology crowd will hate me for saying that, because they want to accuse Scientology of practicing hypnosis, but actually it's pretty anti-hypnotic, and I like it for that reason as well. And I feel that I am a lot less of a hypnotizable person than when I first walked in. And probably a lot of that is due to the fact that I had smoked a lot of marijuana and done some entheogens and LSD and things like that when I was younger. And I still was walking around in a kind of a light trance from all that. And one of the things that Scientology really can do is get people off drugs, or to kind of salvage that mind you think will never come back. Often will come back if you do the first stages. It's very expensive, but the first stages of Scientology. And of course, I wouldn't recommend you walking into a church to do that, because if you do, you get involved in that setting that's very hard to escape.
Right. I guess that harkens back to, we all probably remember Tom Cruise on Oprah's couch and jumping up, and then having the anti-Brooke Shields. I think it was post, she was in a depression post having a baby. What's that called again? Postpartum. Yeah. And so I guess that echoes everything you're saying there, apart from the church. But I know that there's also some other trauma therapies out there which work on subconscious, which actually they do have to say it is a form of hypnosis, but it's not the programmable type ones that you're trying to crack the nut of the soul, right? Of the subconscious. Yeah. It's hard to understand, just like even in meditation, it's hard to understand which part is New Age and which one isn't New Age. It's very,
yeah, it is.
What?
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, they've made it so it's really, and some people just probably don't even partake in it because they try to, they you can't differentiate. So it's tough, but I think it's worth the plunge to try. Was there a comment something about Tom Cruise audited the shit out of the? Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
This is funny, and I hate to admit this, and this is nothing to do with me being part of the church, other than at the time I thought Tom Cruise was cool and everything. I actually liked him jumping on the couch because I'm such a romantic, and I thought he loves his woman, and I thought that's so cool. And that had nothing to do with Scientology, but other than that, I thought, well, because he's a clear, his emotions are free, and he's able to do that in front of the whole world. And I thought, I think that's pretty cool. But that was me back in that day, and now I kind of cringe.
Yeah, because it seems like he just doesn't know how to act normal, and just like that's what he did.
Yeah.
Because he's just such a, when you grow up like that, and you're a superstar and you have all this money, you're living a completely different life than everyone around you. And I can imagine, like I've felt like I was, like kind of I had like social issues and stuff in my life a few times, but like I could imagine how bad it is when you're, a celebrity or something like that. It's pretty crazy. But so back to the drug stuff. Like we watch lots of like videos about, PSYOPs and MK Ultra and like Esalen Institute and, like all this stuff. And it's like, they're always using drugs. And it almost seems like, I don't know. It's like, I've seen, I've been around drugs. I've seen people do psychedelics and they say they have this big breakthrough, but I ask them to explain it to me and it just comes out gibberish, or they can't explain it, or they're not really connected to it in any way. And like I've had a couple experience. I've had a life-changing experience, I believe, on a substance that really helped me open my mind and like remember memories from when I was a child, like traumas and things that happened to me that I didn't understand when I was a kid. And I was able to somehow see it more clear and call my mom the next day and be like, Mom, we got to talk, because there's a bunch of shit I remembered. And like, you got some explaining to do. But at the same time, I've had, a couple just like, like bad experiences too. And it's like, it seems like something that, in case you're like, unless you're like some sort of like ninja, as far as like mental health goes, like it can just go either way. And it doesn't seem like it seems hit or miss. I don't know, but it just seems like it's been used a lot for bad things. And so it's kind of just a weird subject because people get really into psychedelics, and it's just like, man, I've met so many people that have had periods of being really into psychedelics, and they all got this weird look on their face, and they kind of, like they've lost it. They lost the plot, doing all these psychedelics, thinking they were having these spiritual experiences or whatever kind of massive, epiphanies, but they weren't really having these epiphanies, or they weren't translating into the real world or something like that. But it seems odd. And I know Scientology, they're all about, purifying yourself of, like I had, did Ritalin and Dilantin and stuff for ADD. And I know, Scientology, they do those purifs where you run on the treadmill and you eat a bunch of calcium and magnesium, and you sweat, and you're sweating out the pills that you took when you're a kid, and the heavy metals and stuff. So I'd like to kind of hear more on that, at least your opinions on it. The drug part.
Yeah, Scientology is really anti-drug, and like I said, very good at getting people off drugs. And it's a non-drug therapy, so it's got to stand on its own feet, and it does pretty well. I'm unique because I have a background where I did some psychedelics and marijuana when I was younger, particularly my late teens, early 20s. And I have you know, a lot of Scientologists remain anti-drug. I've relaxed a bit. I've taken a hit or two at a party, you know, on marijuana. I went to a health fair where I had so much CBD oil samples that I actually got enough THC to get pretty stoned. So I enjoyed that because I was already a clear, and it was like I was able to look at my mind again in a way that, you know, I hadn't done since 20 or 30 years. And I wasn't that stoned, and it was mild and pleasant, and I enjoyed it. And what I would say is it is overdone and over promoted. And I think that if you're really serious about becoming more enlightened and growing, you're not going to use that as a crutch. You're going to use it just very lightly. If I had to do it all over again, it would just be a little mushrooms here and there, a little marijuana here and there, just enough to get your mind to shift a little bit and to see things from a new perspective. That's its value. Because before that, back in the hippie days, they used to call them a square. You were a square if you didn't party with everybody. And the square kind of connotates that living in the box. And the value of any of that is you come out of the box for a bit, but then you get stuffed back in. You wake up the next day, and like you pointed out, the value of what you thought you realized, when you look at the paper the next morning, it's gibberish.
Yeah.
You know, once in a while somebody writes a song under that, and,
Yeah.
or a part of a
It's good
song,
for music.
usually not a coherent song.
Yeah.
But it's overdone. Even the entheogens and the not so bad things like the mushrooms and the peyote ceremony, I would say do that once or twice. You know, the ayahuasca or the peyote, if you've never done it, and if you feel like you're kind of a rigid, you know, stuck in a box kind of person, and you've been red pilled a little bit, and you want to open your mind, yeah, but you know, don't do it on the street randomly. I talked to one guy that I met in Scientology that had done no drugs up until his 40s, and he got invited to a party, and he just tried crack on the back
Oh
porch,
my
and
gosh.
he became an instant addict. And he was in Scientology, and they had helped him got out, but he kept going back. So it's something like that. It's like never do
Wow.
anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, cocaine, crack, speed, all that stuff just tears up your body pretty much anyway.
Yeah.
It's interesting because when I heard you say that you had done that after decades of not doing it, I wondered how much of that was actually about soul freedom. And like, I'm not going to be controlled. I'm not going to do what others. This is my path and my moment, my whatever. And I'm wondering how much was really about that.
Well, I know I felt like I could see into my mind, and that my mind was free of the clutter that it had been when I was younger. So I liked that I could look into my mind, but then, you know, and I enjoyed that night. I played music, and I felt like I was out of my body, and I was just watching myself play. I felt like I was my audience that night. And so that was fun. Yeah, that was recreational. Did I learn anything? No. Did it sort of like connect me though to the spiritual universe? I'm a Taurus, and I tend to be very earthy and earthbound. I'm one of those guys who kind of needed to crack out of the box a little bit. So I'm glad that I did, but I overdid it. I really did. And to such an extent that I was worried about my mind for a long time. Not terribly worried, but regret. I was filled with some regret that my head was so spacey, you know, and I got kind of back to where I could smoothly operate and still feel spiritual. So a night like that was like an extra confirmation that I'm a spiritual being, and I can float outside of my body a little bit, and that I'm not really my body. So yeah, but I did that once, and I've done that like 3 times in the last 6 years. So it's like, you know, I don't need to do it. Not really looking to do it. And when I did, it's like a little puff till I could get a little bit of that feeling. And, you know, I'm not addicted. I'm a vegan. So I went through the same thing with meat and dairy products. They're very addictive. So I know what addiction is like. And not necessarily, I feel like I was addicted to marijuana when I was in high school. And again, when I came back after high school for a little bit, but I'm not thankfully, I'm not really an addictive personality, although I kind of am. You know, I'm a Taurus. I easily get into food and sex addiction and or dependency or whatever. And so I've struggled with that. And because of the inner work, I've gotten on top of that. And I haven't had that as a problem in a long, long time. So I'm very thankful for that.
That's really interesting, because then Scientology might have acted as a counterbalance where you might not have had that self-control or restraint at that period of time. And now you have it innately because you've allowed yourself to come into that. That's really interesting.
It definitely helped. And the interesting thing is, before I got into Scientology, I actually had, because of my daughter was my inspiration. When she was born, I pretty much really tapered down, and then I just finally stopped because I wanted to be the best dad that I could. I didn't want to get lost in something that would distract me from being a responsible dad. So that's what did it. But Scientology helped me, you know, get the clarity of mind back, and I appreciated that.
Right, which is great to at least see that value. Can I ask one quick question? I'm sorry, I don't mean to, Jeffrey, if you'd want me to
go ahead.
Stop,
I was just going to say, I'm not addicted to marijuana. I just get really bummed out when I run out of it.
Oh God. Oh, that's so funny. Well, I wish I could send you. I had medical stuff when like I was off sick, and they're like, they send you to cannabis doctors in Canada, of course. And I've got like the CBD and the THC, and then they're like 2 to 1, so you don't have it. Anybody who wants it, you can have it. I got all the tinctures. Good God. It's hilarious. Anyways, so when it comes to whatever we want to call it, the auditing, the shadow work, whatever it is, how long does it typically take for a person to go on this journey? So if somebody was approaching you, Scott, would you have a preconceived, it might take like 5 years? There was somebody that we know who has a master's in as a psychotherapist within the great lurk network, and said at one point that he with his clients, he expects it to take 5 years to do the shadow work, which is just like, what is your experience or perception of that? That may be true. That's that person's experience. I can't invalidate that.
This is the toughest question of the night. And I'm going to have to refer you to the Matrix movie and that guy that wanted to go back and take the blue pill. Because doing the shadow work and the inner work is very fulfilling. Don't get me wrong. It's actually pleasurable because you feel a sense of pleasure and spaciousness when you make breakthroughs in your personal work that are very rewarding. And I wouldn't go back. I'm not saying I've ever been tempted to go back and do the blue pill or get on some kind of meds or drugs or something. No, but I am saying it's not easy. And a lot of people, and Mark is not exaggerating when he yells and he gets upset about how few people are doing the inner work. It's tough, and it's not that it leaves like scars or things like that. Not at all. Of the things that I've done in inner work, those are gone. Those are done. I have to really focus hard to try to remember what it was that I got rid of, because it's not there anymore. And that's great. That's total freedom. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to warn people that you've got to realize that you're going to be doing inner work for the rest of your life. And a lot of people, oh no, well, I'm not even going to start then. It's not that. It's worth doing. But what I'm saying is your game, your level of game is going to rise. You know, if you think you're confronting evil and the world around you is full of evil and chaos and all that stuff, it is when you do the inner work, you're in a higher level. You're actually up, you become up there in the levels of, you know, I don't know. If you, let's say you start off as a worker, you know, which I did. I actually was a framing carpenter in my, because I, even though I was very talented and very intelligent, I rejected the whole put on a suit or do the 9 to 5, right? So I became a blue collar worker. And I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed that time. And I could also smoke pot and stuff and not have to worry about drug tests. And so I enjoyed all that. And it was kind of blissful ignorance in a way. What I was confronting was the hard work, you know, and I wasn't getting paid that well. Then I got involved with Scientology, and I had to learn how to, you know, work in the office, work with an organization, you know, be ordered about and, you know, get things done. And so, and then I became a school teacher. And so all these things, what I'm saying is that your problems don't go away. You become a better problem solver, but that means that if you choose to take it on, your problems can be pretty high level. So there's a saying, you can know a man by his enemies. Okay. My enemies are now like the dark occultists, the CIA. I have been harassed, and sometimes it's not fun. It's not pleasant. You wish you could kind of go back or, you know, scale this down. But it's a choice. It's like when you step forward and do the great work, you know, that's even without doing the inner work. When you do the great work, you're going to start getting hit, because this goes up against the Matrix. It goes up against the Mr. Smiths in the Matrix, and it goes up against the guys who run the thing. So all I'm saying is I don't want to discourage anybody at all. It's worth doing. It's pleasurable. It's fun. It leads to a better experience of pleasure in life and a more fulfilling life. And the exact thing, you know, that people want to do or say that they want to do is to better their lives. If you're not out there escaping into something, you're probably trying to make it or better your life. And so inner work is a good way to do it, a really good way to do it. And just be ready for you're going to be a more powerful warrior, and then you're going to go up against bigger enemies. That's all.
I think it's interesting because thank you so much, by the way, for sharing and going to that personal level. I mean, it speaks volumes about your journey and your comfort and your vulnerability and the truth, really. But I'm almost getting this flash of, in Thailand they say same but different, and even when you switch to like a plant-based eating regimen, and it changes who you are, and it brings you closer to so many different things, your energy source, your spiritual source, your all of that. And I think that in a way, doing the shadow work or auditing or whatever it gets packaged is called, it's the same thing. It's bringing you closer to your source and your everything else, isn't it? And it's, how can that be a bad thing?
Yeah, it is. It is. And I'll there's something that might be helpful for a lot of people out there, and maybe even you guys. When you clear what we call the dynamics, and if you haven't heard of the dynamics in Scientology, it's kind of like your ever expanding spheres of influence, and they correspond roughly to the chakras. So when you're living in your higher chakras, you're living in a bigger environment. You're more responsible for the planet or for your nation or for people in general, or the animals, let's say, right? So when you go into these bigger spheres, you run into what your concept might be of God, okay? And some of the biggest traumas for you that you have to eventually confront and get past, and I'm not saying I'm past all of them, okay? I'm just aware of what this is now. You really run into your relationship with the objective reality, or if you want to call it God, the divine, infinity, the universe, the cosmos. You run into that, particularly if you're being honest. I know some Scientologists who have somehow been able to get through all that and still come out, as a solipsist, thinking that they're becoming a god or something. And I don't understand that. But if you follow Tony Ortega, who's one of the big critics out there on Scientology, and he has his own websites and stuff, his criticism, which is valid, is he sees a lot of narcissists in Scientology. And it does it can appeal to your narcissism pretty well. And of course they do, because they want your money. And so they're going to tell you you're going to become powerful. You start believing all that stuff, you can go into a kind of a solipsism, narcissism thing. I was pretty much a Christian before I walked in. And anytime that temptation came along, I saw it for what it was. And I said, nah, I'm not thinking I'm going to become a god or something. But there are some out there, and they're annoying, and I admit they're annoying, and they're not people that I love to hang around with. But they've done some inner work, and in many ways they've improved themselves, but they've managed to somehow do that. But what I was saying is, anyone, let's just be generic and say all inner work. Anyone is going to eventually bump into the fact that probably the reason we're in such pathetic condition on planet Earth is because, and the Christians are right, I don't endorse the way they set it up or all of the Bible or anything like that, but they're right in the sense that they kind of confront this relationship, their personal relationship with God, or, the infinite. And that's supposed to be done through Jesus Christ in Christianity. But at some point, anyone is going to run into the fact that there's this universe out there. This is objective reality. We know it as the author of natural law, and the manifestations of natural law that we can observe in the invisible cause and effect plane of the universe. Well, the reason we're in so much trouble is because at times in our existence, we've gotten into so much trauma that we have blamed the universe, God, everything. That because trauma has this characteristic of generalizing. This is why you see people out there who are very upset. They're always exaggerating. They cuss like a sailor. They're exaggerating. They're mad at everybody except you because you're listening to them, and you're it's you and me against the world when they're in that condition. And literally, some of them get against the world, and people who turn into evil beings, they're in a state of active knowing and willing. And Mark Passio talks about them. They're in a total rage against natural law. They hate natural law. They hate existence. So we all have periods in our past where we have been through more or less in a greater or lesser degree. And that is heavy stuff, let me tell you. And you just have to, what we call in Scientology, reach and withdraw. Every time you reach a little further, withdraw and rest and relax. Reach in. It's like the same thing we do with our work day. We go home, we eat and sleep, we withdraw from work, we watch something interesting, then we go back to work. So that's a reach and withdraw. It's the same thing for the inner work. And when you get to advanced inner work, you really have to confront your solipsism, your hatred of God deep inside, deeply buried, that shouldn't be there. We all know, we know that, intellectually, but it's there in the subconscious. And that's what, when you look around in the world, that's what's driving evil. These people can't, you and I, we can keep it at bay. We can control it. We can find fun things to do. We can go and help people. We can do all kinds of things that bring us out of this. And Mark Passio is right. We are deeply messed up. We are in deep, deep doo-doo. Even those of us who are awake, we still have a long way to go, right? I'm talking about myself, and I've been doing the inner work for on and off for 20, 30 years. Mm-hmm. So there's some deep stuff there to really get through. And I don't know, where the end of it is, other than I can pretty much gauge that if you're talking about the highest being in the universe and your relationship with it or him or her, if you want to call it the goddess, that's okay with me. You are finally confronting one of the toughest relationships, because you fell out of communication because you did things that you knew were wrong. And when you pile up lifetimes and lifetimes and being really evil and being Darth Vader here and something like, a monster dictator here, then you have accumulated a lot of things that you kind of have to, we say the way out is the way through. You got to go back through that, and it's painful. So, but when you break through to the other side, it's incredibly liberating. It's better than any drug experience I've ever had, is to once in a while make those kind of big breakthroughs.
What do you typically see happen with your clients just before they have that breakthrough? Is there that inner fight, inner resistance? Is there typically a sign that the big breakthrough is going to happen, or is everybody unique?
For all of the above, everybody is pretty much unique, but there are sort of types of people in their response to the inner work. Some people, can really get hostile and antagonistic and really test your patience as a therapist. Yeah. But usually that's because they have contacted something ugly, and right at the other side of that is the sunlight, and it's going to be wonderful. But when you're sitting there as a therapist, you're not sure if they're going to kill you, if they're going to go out and slander you for the rest of their life, which is what they're threatening to do. Or I'm not saying that happens very often, but I have heard of it. It hasn't happened to me directly that badly, but I do get some antagonisms that flare up, and I understand what that is. And it takes quite a lot of confront.
I can imagine, especially if the truth is about to be unveiled. I mean, darkness wants to hold it. Keep it hidden, because it would be of value to that soul.
Yeah, the breakthroughs are awesome. But one thing I like about, and I think I brought this up last time, I even have a website, repetitive Socratic questions.tech. That site is devoted to the ease of your repetitive questions, which is something that got handed to Hubbard by surprise. He didn't expect it. He was going to get to do this. And this is such a smooth therapy. I can't recommend it highly enough. And that's mostly what I do now. And it is based on Scientology auditing. Obviously, I learned it in that. Hubbard didn't come up with it, but he became an expert at it, and he just expanded it. And basically, it's asking a question in an area that narrows down the area neatly so that you're not blowing up. What you were just asking me about is, blowing through this huge monster trauma. No, you're actually drilling holes in it, and each process drills a new hole. And then one day that thing just comes crumbling down. It's full of holes. The light and the wind and the air are flowing through. and there's still some structure to it, right? But you're taking it apart, and one day it just comes crumbling down, and it's not as dramatic as, you know, if you had demolished the building, right? Because it's just a few sticks left, and it's, you know, the end of it's coming down. But when you do that at that kind of level, it becomes fun, easy. People who are scaredy cat of doing inner work can actually do it and enjoy it and not ever have to go into confronting these monsters. I mean, if you want to do the whole thing, you're going to have to confront your monsters. You know, you're going to have to close your eyes and relive some of the traumatic stuff. But for a long time, and this will build you up, you can do repetitive Socratic questions. I'll give you an example. One of the first processes I use is on the subject of help. Who have you helped? What have you helped? So you say, well, I helped Susie the other day. I held the door open for her. What have you helped? Well, I helped the local political libertarian party. I signed up some new libertarian candidates. I'm not a libertarian. I'm an anarchist. But, you know.
Awesome.
So, but I love the fact that there are libertarians, just like I love the fact that there are vegetarians. You know, I think there's a gradient that people can find their tribe and move up. You know, that's what I think it's all about. So anyway, this is a great, speaking of gradients, this is a great gradient for getting somebody that they don't have to. When I ask who have you helped, what have you helped, you're just looking into your past lightly, and it's positive. But you're actually opening the door to where you become a little stronger, and you're going to be able to answer tougher questions, right? We don't start with, what did your mother do to you when you were 3 years old? You know, that would blow somebody away. That, first of all, they're not going to remember it, and they're gonna collapse in front of you because they can't get there. So you have to put the baby steps there. And so, you know, I like your question, but I'm happy to say I don't have to deal with a lot of the rough breakthroughs very much, because I just see people having the little breakthroughs and they all add up, they accumulate, and they become, you know, the person's doing better. And he did have to pay for the time, but other than the financial outlay, and if he becomes an auditor himself, he can just trade the time for time. You don't have to, money does not have to change hands. And that's what I'm trying to set up, is where I help train people to do this with each other. That's originally what Dianetics' book said you could do. And even the Dianetics book, doing it the way he had released in 1950, that's pretty stiff. That's pretty hard for people to do. Close their eyes and remember something that was somewhat traumatic. So there are easier ways to start. And that's my hope, is that I can reach back out to the Freedom Truth movement with this stuff, because I know a lot of people don't know where to begin. You know, Mark hasn't released a whole lot. He said he would, but he hasn't released a whole lot of inner work modalities. And I'm hoping that it can become an optional modality that won't, you know, connect anybody, you know, to the church or anything. It's all stuff you can do, and you can journal it. If you want to do it by yourself, write the question on top of the journal page, write all your answers, and keep asking yourself the question. And when you get to the point where you go, I can help people, and I feel good when I help people, that might be the realization. That's a typical realization from doing that help process. Who have you helped? What have you helped? And then you can toughen it up. You say, what problem has help been to you? You go, yeah, sometimes I try to help people and they don't want help. Thank you. What problem has help been to you? My dad never let me help him in the garage. He always said, go in and help your mother. So you have those kind of answers, and you whittle down, you know, the mini traumas that have accumulated in your past. And it's not so bad. It's not so hard. And after, 15, 30 minutes, you have this breakthrough and you go, oh yeah, help isn't so bad. I can help people, and it's fun to help people. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Now, when you broaden these areas, you have help in the beginning, you have communication, and then you can go into other areas like problems. You can get better at confronting problems. And that's a really good one, because it's hard for me to explain to a person, how can I say I don't have problems anymore? Is that really true? No, it's not really true, but I don't dwell on problems. I don't feel like I have problems anymore. If you ask me, what are your problems? I can get out a piece of paper and, yeah, I've got a lot of problems. Wow, I didn't realize I had so many. And they're kind of in the back of my mind, but they don't like monopolize my attention, like they used to. So I'm not saying that I don't have problems anymore. In fact, I was even telling you that my problems are bigger than they used to be, right? Because I've come up to a different level. But for those problems, I have a much better attitude and relaxation about them that I'm glad I got from the inner work. That's what's worth doing, because you can enjoy life a little more often. I'm not saying I enjoy my life 24/7, but a lot more time is spent in enjoyment than it used to be.
Yeah, I'll close off by just saying that I think it's amazing how, despite you going through all of this journey with Scientology, that you're still seeing the good counterbalanced with who you are, with that knowledge now coming full circle with living and wisdom, which is what we were talking about last week. I think it was. It takes life to have wisdom, but it's amazing. And then for you to even though your life is still subjected to some challenges from that past association, the fact that you're still seeing the value of auditing and your belief in it and your desire to share that with people, I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah. Thank you.
You called yourself a clear earlier. What does that mean?
The term clear means that you have erased or de-traumatized enough of your past that it was kind of like a qualitative shift happened, and you had a big release from the load of your mind, that the what we call the reactive mind, or the unconscious mind, that's carrying this load of trauma. So I found out actually after the church that they had been hiding, by use of terminology, that there originally was a Scientology clear back, Hubbard created this back in 1965, and that they had discontinued it. So I am only a Dianetic clear. In other words, I had, and there's an interesting story. Well, how do you know? Well, if I had done it through the church, they would have put me on the e-meter and questioned me and asked me, what happened when you decided you thought you went clear? And I would have told them, and they would have thought, okay. And they would have said, okay, because I happened to read the confidential realization that a person has when they go clear. And this is another interesting thing. Why do people who don't ever read this all come to the same type of realization when they go clear? That's fascinating to me. Not that there's any record of any double-blind studies or anything like this. I can't say that. All I can say is it's fascinating to me that people continually that have never, we like to think the majority of them have never been on the internet digging through to see if they can find what the confidential meaning of clear is. And yet they have that happen while they're doing auditing. So I had that happen to me. I didn't get it validated in the church, because they had, by the time I was leaving, they had totally turned it around. And David Miscavige, who is the leader, had made it so he was going to make everybody do all kinds of stuff before they could say they were clear. And it was no longer just an attainment, you know. Too long for me to go in here and a bit painful in the sense that, I mean, it completely wrecked me, you know, when I was in Mexico. And when I came back from that, my wife went clear. And I started getting accused because I was going on the internet and stuff of disrupting her auditing before she was going clear. And it culminated in me getting kicked out of the church down in Costa Rica. So there was a lot of upset connected with this going clear. All I can say is it's not the only enlightenment state. It's kind of equivalent to Bodhi in Buddhism. It's kind of a stage of enlightenment. It's a good stage to have. I actually am glad. I actually always felt that doing all the grades that I said, doing the problems and the guilt, mistakes that you've made, sins that you've committed, the fixed ideas, doing what they call the grades in Scientology on the way to clear was, to me, a more important goal, you know, just by that much. And Dianetic Clear was another stage of enlightenment that's pretty cool. Very healthy, and able to confront and manage trauma and pain in a way that I couldn't before. I'm not saying pain-free or trauma-free. I'm just saying at a level that I couldn't before that's markedly different. So that's why I call it a qualitative stage. Now, it's way oversold in the church and people mortgage their houses to go clear. I wouldn't say do that, especially when you can do a smooth journey of self-discovery, which should include studying things like Mark Passio and the greater work and knowledge. And it should include learning how to be an auditor, not just receive the auditing, but learning how to be an inner worker so that you know how the theory and practice of it goes, and then do the inner work on yourself or do it in partnership with another. That would be ideal because you have the outer work going, the knowledge, which is, you know, the point of the movie, the Matrix, and the point of all work in the secret societies and the, you know, all this stuff. It was outer work, you know, mainly it was knowledge was considered the inner work, the trivium, right? And it is. And you come to lots of realizations and break through some of the trauma by just reading and studying alone. But the inner work is the first direct approach. And I think we have a really big opportunity to be able to take the best of all worlds, do the study of knowledge, do the learning how to help others with some sort of therapy, and doing the inner work on yourself. And the three are like a triangle or a power triangle, a powerful combination, which is how I think we're going to wind up becoming the kind of leaders that, you know, Mark has envisioned, people that can really get across to masses of people that, you know, government is a psyop, is a mind control, that, you know, introducing veganism, introducing all of the inner work and outer work things that Mark is, you know, pleading for us to get going. And I think that a lot of people run into, they run into the technological stops that Mark is helping with by doing his course, you know, getting your technology and your knowledge. But a lot of people run into themselves. They run into the infighting, and they run into each other. And there are solutions for that, not simple, easy solutions, but at least ways to get through that. And the inner work is probably the best start at getting through all that. Being able to work as a team, you know, which is what we should be doing. And I admit, I've been a lone wolf for a long time because I was kind of licking my wounds getting kicked out of the church. Even being a clear, I was filled with sorrow at losing my friends and family. And it took a long time for me to just get over that and recover it. But I had the tools. And because of those tools and because I found that they worked, I'm still doing what I'm doing, and it's not just because I forgave the church, it's like, well, I'm actually using the tools and it's of value, and I've seen it helping others and helping me. And I want to what do you call it? Mark calls it de-occulting, but for me, it's also another step is unsequestering it from being stuck in a cult, getting it out here where it's in a secular form that people can use without worrying about being any way connected to a cult or a religion or any religious beliefs. You don't have to have any. So that's it.
Awesome. Well, I know it's getting late over there. On that note, thank you so much for coming by, Scott. That was awesome as usual.
Thank you.
You want to shout out any of your YouTubes or anything, or websites? I know you got a lot of websites.
Oh, okay. My central website where you can get, links to almost all my websites are there, and I'm going to update it so that everything gets hooked there. And it's just simply Free Scientology, all one word, freescientology.us. And if you go to that site, the home page will have a dozen links of all my other websites. I've got a link to it's still under construction, a vegan website. I've got how to go vegan in steps. I've got another website I mentioned earlier on Socratic questioning. That's going to be like completely free of the Scientology jargon. It's just cool questions to put on top of your journal and do your inner work every day. So it's going to be
cool.
And of course, I call my project Free Scientology because I do have my foot in both worlds, the independent Scientology movement and the freedom movement. And so as sort of a gotcha to David Miscavige, he has to confront that he has competition and it's free and they don't have to mortgage their house to do it. So that's part of that whole idea. And I've gone through all the, pain and suffering of being chased over that. And I'm in a foreign country now and I'm not totally out of the woods, but it's a lot harder to get at me. So, anyway, what was the other website? Oh, I have a website, No More Government. That's not what it's called, but it's something like that. You'll find it on that page, freescientology.us. And I have a new system of organizing without having to have authority, without having to have a boss or a leader or anything.
Oh, interesting.
It's not that you're going to ever get rid of leaderships. You're always going to have leaders. And anarchy doesn't mean it means no rulers. It still means you've got rules. And if you can get a group to agree on a set of rules, you can, I don't like to use the word police, but people are going to want me to use it. Police each other or keep each other on the up and up in a system of kind of equals instead of the pyramid hierarchy that is part of the satanic deception. And so that's another exciting website you may want to check out if you're into the freedom movement. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Can I ask you a quick question really quick before you
sure,
go?
sure.
With regards to the Socratic questioning that you mentioned was beneficial for people to do and people could do it on their own, do you think there's more benefit, if somebody partners with somebody else? Do you notice that people can go deeper if they have somebody to, for accountability purposes? I don't know.
No, that's a great question. And the answer is yes. It's 3 or 4 times more powerful.
Ooh.
Not just twice as much, but 3 or 4 times. However, if you don't have anybody to work with and you don't have the money to get a therapist, doing your own inner work does, if you will invest the time, I can pretty much assure, and you also work on becoming learning more about the inner work. So because the more you learn about it, the more you can practice it on yourself, because you have to be your own listener. You have to learn to love yourself. You have to learn to grant what we call grant beingness to in Scientology.
Yeah.
Grant beingness to yourself, which is basically not putting yourself down, even though you find something ugly. And so the inner work goes really well when you're doing journaling. So yes, I want to orient it to where people can do this as partners or as journaling. And some of my websites are already set up that way. So
Wow.
you can do it journaling.
Good to know. Awesome. Thank
Awesome.
Thanks. And so
Thanks, man.
Show. Yeah.
See you next time.
Good luck, everyone. And I'll see you next time.
Have a nice night.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All these cool guys we've been having on. Oh boy.
I think it's an incredibly profound and brave journey that he has been on and continues to be on. It's just super cool. He could have run for the hills, you know?
Yeah.
So I forgot the week before last, we didn't play your question to Mark and talk about that. D drive. Okay, what? I just heard a sound. Someone's here. Oh, Arian's here. What's up, dude?
Yeah, man. Sorry for missing this. It's always the time zone.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Crazy. I was like, woke up and like, what? Oh, fuck! I missed it. Like, but yeah, but it's cool to. I have to I got just a part of it. What he talked about so far is like spot on.
This one is a
really,
quick one. Thanks
Whoops.
for
Sorry.
the opportunity.
Sure.
Sorry.
With the show.
Sorry. Didn't know that was going to autoplay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's what he said, like a Socratic method, inner Socratic method, right? Ask yourself and then come to a new conclusion, and it's basically shadow work with the Socratic method. Yeah. So.
Dope.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to be alone sometimes, but sometimes sharing can build bridges, right? Or like whatever. So it's really
I think
cool.
he's really, it's really cool that he's like de-occulting the information for everyone, and dealing with the repercussions, because like he was saying, people get kicked out and people get ostracized, and these are people that have been in the church their whole lives. And I've had buddies that had the church turn against them, and like my friend Evan, his mom is a high-end auditor, just like Scott. And Scott actually knows her, and he told me stories of they had all these she got rejected from the church because she was speaking out against the guy that took over the church was corrupt. So a bunch of people, they got ostracized, and basically Evan, my buddy, the church told all of my buddy's friends to stop being friends with him because his mom got kicked out of the church, and my buddy's like, these are kids he grew up with, and they're all like, rejecting him. So they're pretty gnarly, and like I was it was crazy growing up with him, because I was like, what does your mom do? Because she had all these sheds in their backyard, and he was like, oh, people come and stay for like weeks, and my mom like helps them with their mental problems. And I'm like, what the? I was like, that's crazy. And he's like, yeah. And he said that he had seen her be attacked by someone she was auditing before, like physically attacked. And I was just like, what the hell? Like, that sounds crazy. And it's so funny, like coming full circle and understanding now, what his mom was doing. And like, it's weird, the whole Scientology angle too. And it's cool that like Scott didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and sees, like you said earlier, like he sees that. And like a lot of my Scientologist friends would say, they tell me there is a lot of good stuff in there, but there's a lot of bad people running it, and it's just,
it's
it's
like
pretty wild.
put some truth in it and coat it all with BS, right? So like the New Age movement, right?
It's cool to learn, be able to learn some of that good stuff without having to go down there and get recruited, because my experience was traumatizing, getting almost recruited by the church. And, because I was just like, okay, I'll go along with it since it's my job, like I don't want to lose my job or I don't want to get kicked out of my band, so I go along with it. And that wasn't, I wasn't doing shadow work back then, like a big part of shadow work is being able to stand up for yourself against, the powers that be or whoever, is in your realm.
What's that saying? Let it be, or what was that? Oprah. What was that?
Oh, let it go. That's what Esteban came
go.
up. He's all, you guys just need to let it go. It's like, what?
He was watching Disney movies too much.
Which is programming. I mean, the whole thing is programming.
Let it go. Let it go.
Yes. Oh my God.
Don't go in the past.
You sang that so well. You did that. You did great.
Just visualize your what you want, and you'll get it.
Law of attraction.
The secret.
Do you know? Oh my God! When that came out, I was all over that. I was in Switzerland. I had a secret party for everybody.
My mom sent me like 2 copies. She's all, give one of them to your friends, and I'm like, oh my God! Like I tried reading it, and I was like, oh, I get it. You want to manifest things, you want to be positive, but like they just took it way too far. It's so funny because me and Allie were talking about this earlier. It's just like it's cool, and that's why it's so hard to figure out what is new age bullshit or not, because they use so much of the good shit and they just take it way too far.
Yes.
Like we were watching something, what we were watching earlier, where someone was like, it was Mark. Mark was saying some shit that sounded really new agey, but it's like, it's only new agey if it's taken to the extreme. It was something like that about, envisioning, you're manifesting what you want in life. And it's like, like it's different Mark explaining it than it is Oprah explaining it, because there's 2 completely different headspaces. Yeah. It's like the same words and the same explanation, but the headspace is completely different. And it's almost like it was like the video we started with the 2 comedians, and the one guy just being like, I do this because I love it, and the other guy just being like, I do this for money, and like them completely, having different experiences at doing the same thing. And that all relates to, the network and all that stuff too, like a bunch of people trying really hard to look like they're into this stuff. And like the whole Esteban really robotic, like no real, like that was the thing. The craziest thing about the Esteban thing was like we were trying to give him real world information about what he's learning about, and he just could not see it because he's so locked into the robotic definitions of everything. I can beat you in a debate on natural law, like I'm gonna be able to recite this stuff, and it's like,
what are the 3 stages of consciousness?
Yeah. Okay, so I know now. It's thinking,
I would die if I was
doing.
But what's
I'll take natural law for 300, Alex.
There was no input or processing. So
Alex, pancreatic cancer. That's so sad. Like even Esteban behind the scenes, and I took a look on the Gilded, and he actually asked Will, he goes, something about, can you help teach me how to develop myself or something like this?
Yes,
like,
Will that? Oh my Lord.
I took a screen grab of it. I'd have to here.
What was funny is that he in the Gilded, I guess, he just posted out of nowhere, hey, Will, I don't believe what those guys are saying about you. I got your back, or some dumb shit like that. Which, Will doesn't want people talking about getting grilled.
Yeah, he did. Esteban said it, Will. Those dumbass people are wrong about you. And then one went like smile and then, but then find it where he did say to Will something about helping him develop him. How do I develop Will? Esteban said to Will, how do I develop Will?
Wow, you're asking the wrong guy, buddy.
But why, like,
He needs to be
why would you block somebody, right, for asking a question? What do you think about veganism?
Oh yeah, you
Look-
got blocked this week by Will, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
did?
you're it's a rite of passage for the show, bro.
Yes, I got leveled up in the.
You got leveled up by getting blocked by Will.
It's a good sign. Like I'm doing the foreshadow work.
And it's like the evil doesn't like the light to crack in there, right? So
It's really sad. Like you said once, you're mad at him for not being friends, right? I'm also mad for people who want to who seem like they want to reach out to people, and then you see just that they are doing it out of ego, maybe, or out of popularity contest, right?
or money or whatever.
They're all
their motivation
brothers
is.
in clout. All these guys, they're brothers in clout. They're just all about doing whatever it takes to further their name.
They are all massaging each other's backs. It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
big
There's
time.
a circle FUCK going on, and it's just unbelievable.
It's
When
shocking.
once you figure it out, and it's like, oh, you're
This is the pattern. Yeah.
oh yeah.
It's all about socializing. Like
It
they're
is.
doing this funnel fest again. Freedom under natural law. They've done like 5 of them. They're not
I was in
growing.
one of those.
They're doing zero outreach.
Oh,
Zero
that's-
outreach, trying to get new
that's
people
like a
in.
bubble.
And like they made a new flyer, and I looked at the flyer and I'm like, man, if I didn't know about this stuff, I would not want to look into this at all. And it's just year after year. And these guys do endless podcasts with each other saying the same shit over and over again. And I go there and I'm in the chat and I'm like, dude, do you guys do what do you guys do for outreach? I want to hear how you converted someone into, natural law this week. These guys just endlessly, talk.
Yeah, for me, like it was really cool. Those couple of days that they sent you a link, a guy on somebody else's Facebook feed, like posts. I always comment something that's related to natural law, right?
Yeah,
and like fuck the government or something. And then the vegan guy always starts to get nervous. Like, Ariane, like you're getting on my nerves with your like lawless society. It's not practical. You think basically it's not lawless society. It's not. And then another guy who's his friend, like, just wrote me a private message like, thank you, 1 year I saw your comment last year and it totally blew my mind, something like that, like for Mark's work or anything. And I was like, oh fuck yeah. Somebody, it helps someone,
That's
yeah.
That's why it's funny that we're all in the same freedom movement, and we could be so off,
but not in my freedom movement.
Yeah, exactly.
It's my bubble freedom movement, right?
So what was you did one of the funnel fests, Patty?
Yeah, I think it was like 2 or actually I've done a couple of different I was involved in a couple of different things. I was in funnel 1 year, and then I was in another one like last year, I think. It wasn't funnel though. I can't think of the name of it. This year has been a whirlwind, so I can't remember much, but yeah, I mean, I will say that
cool event.
They are cool events, and it does get you primed into learning presentation skills and putting together something that I think is helpful to share. And I ended up sharing both presentations on my YouTube channels and getting the word out there. So I think it primes people for doing this good work and sharing it.
There's a hack for YouTube though. If you want to increase the algorithms, you can
YouTube, I've stopped trying to even monetize. I've got a YouTube channel. I need to get back onto it, but I've had 50% of my videos have been taken down, more than half.
Taken down.
Yeah, they just deleted them.
They just delete. I've
I have them.
never
I have
had a video deleted, and I
Yeah,
have the craziest videos.
half of them. I would say about half of them. I've got, if you go to
What?
my Odyssey page, I've got twice as many videos because Odyssey doesn't delete anything. But I was talking a lot about the injections during the
Oh
pandemic,
yeah.
and I've got so many medical misinformation flags that I received.
Well, okay, that I've never gotten any of those.
Misinformation. Oh my God.
God forbid I tell anybody to eat fruit.
Guidelines.
Yeah. Oh God.
You're breaching contract.
You're breaching the contract.
I breached contract on multiple occasions.
Oh, is that what you were saying, Ariane, about the algorithm breaching contract?
Yeah, I don't know. I today I was watching some live stream vegan guy who was making like a competition which meat down is the worst of the year, and it was the guy who took out his gun on a vegan activist.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like in Tennessee, I think, and he said like, you just have to support each other. Like if you can't like somebody's videos, share them, or you can even play them in the background, turn out the music, and the algorithm will pump it up, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Did the sun just rise when you came on? Was it dark behind you and now
it's
there's
still
light?
dark.
Or
It's starting to rise, I think.
Oh, okay.
You are a trooper for being here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's it's brainstorming, right? So it's
All right. So let's
it's
so
like a weekly build up. So
yeah, it's a good ritual to have.
Yeah, it's
even
like
though it's
calisthenics,
even though you're losing some sleep out of it.
No. I went to bed like at 11, so great. It's good. I mean, I made the alarm at 1, but I missed it. And fuck. But
Cool.
yeah,
So when we were talking to Esteban, I played this video, and we didn't really get to talk about it, but it was just Mark,
Hey, Mark.
Mark on his class. We forgot to clip in Alicia's question. She asked a question. But I didn't really get a comment on it. Darren's question to Mark was just awesome. Darren asking, like that just warmed my heart. We've gone so far with Darren, and he's heading in the right direction. It seems like he's in a better direction than he was a few months back when we started all the drama with him.
Yeah.
That was pretty rad. And the one guy asking about foreshadow work, that was really cool. But then Alicia had
This
this
one is
question.
a quick one. Thanks for the opportunity.
Sure.
With the shadow work seminar that's coming up, very keen on that one. The question is, would you or could you consider a supplement to that for others that want to take it on a deeper level, perhaps a foreshadow work practitioner's training?
It's a possibility. When it comes to working with smaller and smaller groups or going right down to the individual, my mind is moving more toward personal mentoring.
Yeah,
cool.
cool.
And doing something like that, I really have to vet people regarding who's going to be the people to take on.
Wow.
It's almost
vet. That's a word we've used a lot about Mark on the show. Vetting the people around him. It's strange that he would feel the need that he needs to vet. You would think he'd be so happy with everyone around him that he wouldn't have to use the word vet, especially when picking a mentor, or not a mentor, but a protege. You would think he would already have 5 guys lined up. And it'd be weird to be those guys thinking, it's weird. Why wouldn't he just instantly think me? So it's pretty interesting to hear this answer. Well, I'll continue.
like going to be a protege situation, even more than just mentoring.
Yeah.
So I'll have to have some type of a filtration system for that. So I'm really investing my time wisely in that. So I do not rule it out, but I also do not have a framework prepared for how I'm going to accept those type of students. But at some point, I do want to move my work into things like that, because I feel like one-to-one mentoring or taking on a protege like that can be very powerful if it's the right people.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thanks for
So
considering it.
that's not incredible detail, but I am considering things like that. Yes.
That's great. Okay. Thanks. Take care.
And I think, given what we've just talked about with Scott and how vulnerable and how really, I mean, this is soul level stuff, and how whoever the auditor, shadow worker, that whatever, they have to be in the right frame of mind, the right, it's like where you started today with the video. You've got to be in the right place.
Yeah. It can't just be
In
someone
order-
who really wants to do it. It has to
this
be
is-
someone who gets it and understands it and applies it. And it's,
Absolutely.
sometimes people could spend their lives trying to get it, banging their head against a wall like, this is my thing. I want this to be my thing. And it's never their thing.
In the wrong hands, this could be catastrophic to the person's inner soul
That are
work
being
that
led
they're-
astray by
Yeah.
these fakers.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is as close to the bone as it gets. So
First of all, so hit the like button, everyone. That really helps out the show. And Mark's got his class starting. I know probably all you guys have been through the class. Great class, teaching. Basically, I mean, you're getting a career when you take this course in how to be a media broadcaster and a presenter of information. The class starts January 6th through January 9th. Hit up whatonearthishappening.com. Did you want to say something? Oh, okay. And it's I mean, I didn't take the class. You guys all took it, but I've heard Allie talk about it, and I've seen her implement the stuff, and it seems like she learned a lot from it. And like she's explained, it's like a career. You can totally do this afterwards or do it for someone else. It's very, very cool and very rare to have someone, in like Mark's position do something like this. It's kind of weird, but it's very important if you want to get this information out. It's just, he's got to talk about doing outreach more, because none of these guys, they don't seem to even think about, I need to get my stuff in front of other people, new people that don't already see, that don't already understand all this stuff. That's what I wanted to ask Scott. Yeah, about how I know he's got a lot of websites and stuff like that, but super cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you even learn like everything from how to wire your house, like even right down to like the wires, cutting, and like it's crazy.
How to make your own wires.
How to make your own Ethernet cables. Yep.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's cool. It's great. I mean, like, do you have to have like some terms to have a good equipment in order to sign up for that? Like,
Just a good monitor that's above a certain, like an oversized monitor.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, you could technically do it on your phone, but he asks you to do it on like a proper computer. But you don't need like a badass computer at all to watch. It's just Telegram. You're watching Telegram, and he went. You got something to say?
I was gonna say it's more like it's if you have the correct equipment to use and practice the content, that's kind of key. You can get like the first, maybe like the first few, it starts off very slow. You can get by without having like a computer or a setup, but you want to get something that, depending on what you want to get into, whether it's like graphic design stuff or video editing, the ideal is at some point to have some sort of hands-on system that you can use to start practicing.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but yeah.
And you'd eventually probably want to upgrade if you were taking things serious, because if you are going to be a badass broadcaster, you kind of need the best stuff on the market, or at least like
better definition, right?
mid to top end. It just makes things so much easier.
And the part of the class in the beginning classes, well, the first hour and the last hour of the class, you can ask questions. A lot of it is him consulting students on what to buy as far as their system, if they want to run Mac or Windows, et cetera, et cetera. So it's pretty, you don't have to, it's not a prerequisite to have like a setup, but yeah, like Jeffrey said, just a screen to watch, at least in the beginning.
Yeah. I listened to the podcast number 143. It's the podcast where it's like 8 hours. Mark, it's one when he announced that he got off the Oracle broadcast, right? And he started to say that I'm doing this by myself now, and like if you want to chip in, like from or wherever what you gave donations for Oracle, we can transfer it for better equipment, like you said, or whatever you want it to go that is meaningful. And he says all the people who are like hating on somebody's work, like, okay, write your name. I'm gonna write your name with the double quotes.
Oh yeah.
And where is your work, right? Like, where is your, like, you can take your phone and give your friend to record you and make a presentation. That's a work, right? That's something. So where is bong? Nowhere. Like,
yeah. Oh, he's actually told people that, because I see people. It seems like a lot of Mark's people are like, "Where's your work? Where's your work? Where's your work?"
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, we should. I mean, like, this is work, right? Everything, like putting yourself out there. Like, it's kind of busting the anxiety, like trying to get over it. What our other people think about you, right? So,
yeah, definitely.
Because then you basically expose yourself, your flaws, right? And while you're talking, you make mistakes, but
or you'll start changing yourself for other people.
You can see yourself, you can see your mistakes and build up. But if you don't do the work, you don't see the mistakes. I mean, you don't admit it. Yeah,
it's been the mantra, like almost with all the videos I've been watching. Even that Dr. What's his name? Tully. What's his name? This guy. No. The video you put up, Patty, of the old hippie guy.
Oh, Will Tuttle?
Yeah, Will Tuttle. Everybody's just like, get used to being hated, like this is not stuff that, it's not good for the social scene. It's not good for, like if you're there to socialize, you're not there for the right reason. And we get a lot of shit because of that, man. Like we, especially this show, and me and Allie and freaking Alicia, like we've gotten shit from the social circle. Like Allie wrote earlier, welcome to the Cool Kids Club. Like we're not in the Cool Kids Club because we're not talking about fun stuff. Because everyone thinks that they've done all this work.
It's because we can't let it go, man. We just gotta let it go.
Gotta let go of the past.
Just gotta hang out and be cool and be friends.
There you go. That could be your intro song there.
You need to not breach contracts.
Yeah.
If you just don't breach contracts, everything's gonna be good. And if you know but
it's even interesting, like no matter what's gone down, and if we're supporting or confronting or whatever it's going to be packaged as, you do the internal work at the same time, because you have to self-review at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Respect yourself, right?
Yes. It's all about respect.
Yourself. Yeah.
And
I mean, it's self-realization. We still go inner, so the truth is in us, right? I mean, that's somewhere buried. But yeah, I mean, And does Mark? No, did he say like that he's gonna do the shows now, but only with if you
No,
donate to
no.
watch the shows?
He's doing a shadow work class that's like a 1-day event, and
November
then
22nd.
and then he's doing the True Media class, but I don't think he has anything else planned. But it is cool, Ariane, if you did want to take that course, you do get access to ask him anything twice a show.
Yeah,
So
because
and
it's
twice a
seriously.
class, and I think it's like 26 classes. So you get to like have pretty good access to Mark,
Cool,
to
cool.
pick his
No,
brain
because
and stuff.
I'm not idealizing, how do you say, him, but
Ideology.
idealizing him like a person or like
Idealizing.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm trying. Like, I knew that in half a year he did the shows, the radio show, podcast, right? And half a
Yeah.
year he did the One True Media, right? So
I want to try and encourage him to do the podcast again, because I know
Yeah.
I have noticed I miss it, and I do see a
Yeah.
lot of people that are like when we played his clips, the little clips from before the class, people are just all, oh, Mark, like I miss it, and like if I don't think he's watching, but if he is watching, it would be great if he did his podcast again. I think it is important.
I think this year he got really angry and he said, I feel like if people really want to like learn from me or like watch my this is like these shows, like he felt like he's tossing like pearls before swines or something, and he said, I
exactly.
will make these shows like, but in selective forms, like, right, for somebody to jump in, right, donate or something, but still make the shows, but in like a more controlled, right?
Going back to what he was saying about taking on a protege and kind of getting more to the one-on-one level, I think is a really big step for Mark. I think he's had a lot of trouble with his unrealistic expectations of what his work was going to do and the amount of time that he was trying to do it. He was kind of trying to force an organic thing and try and save the world, and not pay as much attention to the people around him, at least on the one-on-one level. I know. I think that was a big deal for him to be like, yeah, I need to start doing smaller numbers, because I think people probably wanted that from him for a while.
Yeah.
And it might not be something that was originally in his plan. And I think it's pretty rad that he's considering it.
Yeah.
And I think he should really should consider it and do more group stuff, because the more we're learning about psychology, the group matters, and having a group helps. Even like Scott said earlier, it's like 3 times better to do it with someone, so you can imagine, like I mentioned in the last class, I went to a clean and sober high school where we had real group therapy every day for half the day. And it kind of, we've been looking to do it a little bit more, and it's just like you need that group to teach these things. And when you're ignoring, to hold people accountable, especially to hold people accountable in a tight-knit group, which is the One Great Work. And just, I think that's just been really what's been missing, that kind of like could bring things around.
Yeah.
So it's really cool that he's open to it, because I know I've heard that he hasn't been very open to those things in the past. And it seems like he's thought about it, and maybe is like, maybe I do need to do that kind of stuff,
At
and
least focus on a smaller sphere of influence, so that their influence may be greater than his, perhaps.
Yeah. Like,
Well, everybody has a different audience, don't they? And a different outreach. And
But it's like the video from the beginning, the two comedians, like the one guy's like, I like my fan base that's tiny, like I there's 10 people watching this show at ever, and I love those 10 people because those are my 10 people. And I'm not, if I had 1 million, I don't think I would be happy, and like
it's about the authenticity of each person then, because he could be authentically, like the one Bobby could be truly connecting to a smaller group. But then when you have I'm no Taylor Swift person, I know that satanic programming shit, but like she came through Toronto, and it's like the people who just, they felt like she was singing to them, and that was a big audience, right? So there's still a connectivity actually for both, but it's just
satanic marketing 101.
Oh, so gross.
Like, yeah, it's pretty wild. The celebrity worship stuff is just,
it's shocking. And then the parents just like, here's my child on a wheelbarrow, here you go, take her soul,
take money from her for her entire life. She's gonna put money into that shit, know, like
externalizing your power, basically, like externalizing, waiting for a savior, right? Kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so scary, so sad. And I mean, I remember I watched TMZ, and there's one of the blonde chicks, she's a bit bigger, and she goes, I would give my firstborn child if I could go to the Vancouver show, the last show. I would give my firstborn child.
Oh my God.
Literally said that on the show, and it's like, that's how fucked up they are. It's
what sacrifice.
It's pretty funny. I went down to the Oscars with another friend, and we were trying to do videos like kind of making fun of the Oscar crowd. And we went in and we were asking them like questions about like world politics and stuff like that, and we were actually pretty surprised by the answers. And a lot of these, like the craziest lady I talked to was just like, oh, this is just she was like, I'm actually, like a college professor, and like this is just my one thing I do. I feel like the whole idea that everyone's stupid and everything like isn't really, like, we all got goofy shit we're into, it's like, it's a part of the programming that they want us to, it's a part of the programming of keeping us stuck with the state and stuck thinking that we need a big government. This idea, oh, everyone's stupid and we need a government to keep them all alive, to keep me safe from the stupid people. It's this kind of like toxic cycle that just keeps things going.
And the fake choice. The fake choice.
Like they're and like these people have all been so brainwashed. Like the powers that be have had hundreds of years and trillions of dollars to work against us.
Right. And that's what Mark's working up against.
Yeah. But we can't forget that we got an inward point still. Because the outward pointing, it's so easy to outward point all day and just be like the government, the government, the government. I spent 15 years pointing to the government and telling everyone about how bad the government is, and it's like, what did I even accomplish?
But to that end, how does, like, then you get into this cycle, and I've caught myself in the last week, literally, whether or not I see someone with massive mental health and the cops came in and he was taken away to a hospital, like, you see it all over the place. I'm finding myself having truthful conversations just coming out of my mouth before I can even edit it. And then I'm getting very upset, and I feel like I'm becoming that grumpy curmudgeon. And like, I need to break out of that for my own. Because I've caught myself. Have any of you, or is that just my own affliction?
Very, very self-aware of you. It's not easy to do.
I have a dilemma right now. Like here in Serbia, a lot of there was a tragedy. Like 15 people lost their lives because the railway station. You know that you have like a roof that when you get out of a building, you have a roof for the rain to block the rain. I don't know how to say in English, and it fell. because it's so corrupt that they even didn't do it. They didn't build it, reconstruct it right.
15 people died. Holy cow.
Yes, and because of that, now students are protesting almost every day. Like 15 minutes silence, blocked all the roads, everything. And they say the blood is on your hands, right? It's like a red fists, right? Like palms. And I'm thinking right here, like last weekend there was like 100,000 people on the streets, right, in Belgrade. And I'm thinking, imagine if you can reach out to those people with this information, like a natural law, and say the blood is actually also on your hands, but it's cringe, right, for them. It will be, oh, he's trying to dismiss our effort and everything. So when is the right time to also put a mirror on their unwillingness to see the why, right? So it's kind of a very tricky, like thin ice, sometimes. And I was like, I wish that a couple of my friends could go on their universities, campuses, and make a documentary screening, right? One on each university, right? And then my friends, they said but maybe they would then ostracize us, that we are trying to dismiss their effort, right? It's kind of, you always see their will and their, how to say, their effort is on the right path, but they don't have enough knowledge, right? So it's always circling. Oh, let's take off this leader or whatever ruler, and then we gotta get a better one next time. Or but you don't see why we have them in the first place, right? So
it's almost like it's like Esteban and those guys. It's like they're going to martial arts training, right? And go to martial arts training, and you got guys that were really into the martial arts and the art of it, and the consistency and the regimen of it. And then you got guys that just want to beat people up with what they learn. And that's almost that remind me of Esteban. It's like he's one of these guys, oh, I just want to go learn this information so I can go beat people up with it. And it's like, dude, you've lost the point. You completely lost the point of this information. It's not meant to be beat. You're not supposed to learn stuff and go fight ninja.
I got you.
I gotcha. It's pretty funny. And then these guys Will, that are trying to teach. It's like going to a CPR class, and the guy teaching CPR doesn't know about CPR. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. You got to learn this stuff before you teach. You can't just take a class from Mark and go and I'm a guru now. And that's why it's so cringe to me.
That's why I was also totally was still not. I'm still not doing any content because of this, because I'm not I still feel like I don't have it crystallized in my mind, everything,
dude. I started a YouTube right when I got into being libertarian, and it took me 8-9 years before I started making video. I mean, I made a couple when I first started, but it took me going high carb vegan basically to get the motivation and have the energy to actually start making consistent videos. It takes a long time, and especially you don't know what your specialty is. You don't know, you're trying to do something that doesn't just sound like Mark. There's a lot of things entailed with doing your own work or your own broadcast or anything like that. And just you've been showing up every week, you're getting better at you're getting better at communicating, you're getting better with your English. You're able to you're learning our side of it.
And
So,
my friends are seeing these videos, right? Maybe somebody's watching them. I got reactions, positive reactions because of what I shared about this.
Even if it's one person, it's worth
Yes.
doing.
And if it's the one person who is really like, who really has the care factor, right? He wants to also do the work. So if you open those eyes, those individuals, then it's like a big domino, right? So
Yeah,
it's
like
really
that
cool.
email you got from that guy. Like I've
Yeah,
gotten maybe 3 of those in my whole like career of doing this stuff, and it makes it worth it when one person hits you up and they're like, "Dude, this really like blew me away, and like I'm in a totally different direction now." Like it's like, oh my god, all the millions of hours of doing content was worth it.
It's
Like Alicia. Alicia is a good example. Like Alicia being here is so awesome to me. Because I know she I know she was in a different headspace before she started coming here, and like it seems like you really get something out of it. It's cool, super cool, and it makes it worth doing. And it gets hard sometimes because sometimes those people aren't around, and most of the time those people aren't around. Like I said, I've been doing this 10 12 13 years, and I've only gotten like 3 of those messages, and I've been doing activism like crazy over the years. Yeah, but we're about to hit 4 hours.
Yeah, man.
Another awesome show. Thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna play that. Help Save the World. No. I'm gonna play the vegans got COVID wrong.
Oh, cool. Can I say
Patty
something
video.
to Patty before we go?
Yeah,
Did you
go
do
ahead.
something to your hair? Because you look like so gorgeous tonight. You're just, I don't know what it is, but I just I want to send a compliment. I don't know if it's the hair's been zhuzhed more or something, but
I don't know what I did.
It's the inner
I've
world.
got this kind of cool. Maybe it's the.
Maybe. I mean, it could be a redhead's thing, but like mine is nothing compared to yours. That's unbelievable.
I use henna in my hair, and I think I used some henna before like Christmas holiday. So,
The zhuzh looks great.
A new otherwise my hair is kind of like a brownish, more brown in color. So probably brighter red.
I missed the hair bandana memo because I see Allie's got one going on too.
Ariane, you look very handsome today.
Yeah. My gray hairs and everything cool.
You did look badass in the last thumbnail. Yeah, you looked super badass in the last thumbnail.
You guys did so good with those graphics. Like you were on fire.
It's only some of my ideas. She went to school for the old editing stuff, so it's mostly her.
Amazing.
I'm glad I had a son in that picture.
Yeah. I figured you would be a good,
the teacher.
I had to put you there. Like,
Too
leading the
bad I
children.
didn't have a puppy face because my children are puppies.
Per child.
But you're a teacher, so you're leading the maybe not that youthful of teacher or students. But it was pretty funny, and it seemed like Peter Rogers really liked it. He was like, and he wasn't really, he was kind of like hard to get a hold of until I sent him that, and then he was all, he's like, oh, this is so great, and then he was like all about it. But that was last week was really cool. I was super stoked to do that, and he's just he's a vegan treasure. Honestly, that dude needs to be way bigger than he is. I want to get like David Rams. I want to get him on all those shows.
Thank you so much for bringing such good people on and creating the space to have really good explorative, sometimes personal, sometimes whatever, empowering conversations.
I want to get a little bit more personal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, I learned everything from Allie. So check out her YouTube, Light Occult Revival. Check out what's Natural Law Health, Patty's channel, Natural Law Health.
It was Allie's YouTube. Sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
It was Allie's YouTube that was the tipping point that I totally went the plant-based route. It was the video on your YouTube. And it was the video of Mark talking about sentient beings and it all just clicked. And sometimes you never know what is going to be that vital piece, and that was the tipping point for me. So thank you.
Other beings don't belong to you, fuckface.
We got to get you on the soundboard saying that.
He can sing. Let it go.
Yeah. All of that.
It's yeah. What is the there's like 4 types or 5 types of people. Mavens are the people that are attracting other people, right? Something like that. Something that there was in a podcast of Casio, he said mavens are the energetic people who are influencers in their circles, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
So imagine this information or natural law reaching out to those people and they spread it, right? So that's cool.
Yeah, those are the people we're supposed to be getting it to, and I think that there's so few of those people. We got to get through so many, it's just like we were saying earlier, the authentic versus the fake, the person that isn't ready to actually understand the stuff. And it took me. Yeah, I'm 46 and I just got this stuff now, like the spirituality stuff. I'm just understanding. Oh, that's what it means. Like. I was not ready, not interested or anything like that up until now. And I'm pushing fucking 50, so never too late,
But it could be different iterations of that. It could be different chapters that were supposed to happen, just like Scott and Scientology or whatever it is. I don't think that there ever is an experience that doesn't.
It's all learning. We're all learning.
It is all learning.
It's all knowledge, whether it's wrong or right. We learn from the wrong stuff.
True. We do. Sometimes that's the long ass way around it. Yeah. And by the way, as I was crediting Allie in her video, I interrupted you talking about Patty's videos. So
who's just Patty? Yeah, Patty's got a show that I think she's got hiatus, but you should get it going again.
Yeah, I will in the summer. It's a crazy school year. Developing 3 new classes next semester, so all my work is going into that.
I can't believe we're about to hit 50 episodes. I've never done 50 things in my life. It's pretty crazy.
Congrats.
Yeah, go and get stuff that I'll get going.
Yeah. So I don't know what we're doing next week, but
well, sometimes you maybe you need to take a break for a week or something if that's the case. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a couple guests that are just. I got so many fire guests lined up that I just want to get through because we're on a roll right now, and I just want to keep it going. There's these 2 guys that have this channel. We've watched a couple of their videos, but they live on the central coast of California, and they do a lot of activism for the environment and the animals, the native animals in Central California, and they're very California's got a really big problem with the farmers here. The farmers are just pure scum. They are killing off all the native animals for the cattle areas and all kinds of crazy stuff. But these dudes are like experts on this stuff, on the cutting edge, and they're like cool old guys. Old hippie, one of the guys, the old hippie dude, and they're just super vegan, like super vegan, super awesome. And I want them to come on. And then Durian Rider is going to be soon, which will be hilarious. That should be a really fun one. But anyway, thank you guys so much. You guys showing up makes me keep doing it, because if I was up here alone, I probably would have quit at this point.
I remember that time.
Because I could do a couple of them alone, but at a certain point, it's just like, okay, well,
takes willpower. I mean,
yeah, it does. It does take a lot of willpower to do something all the time. But love you guys. Thank you. See you next week.
Yeah,
we're gonna watch this video on the way out. Very interesting video. Very, very, very must watch. Watch this video.
How long is it?
Veg Source. It's kind of long, but even if you got to watch it tomorrow, it's cool. Dr. Tuttle on Veg Source, and
okay.
And Dr. Tuttle just takes the mic and just screams
In a soft, hippie,
in a
loving, Jesus
soft,
like way.
amazing, awesome way. He spits fire. This
He's
whole
a gem.
interview. Yeah. All right, guys.
All
Thrilled
right.
to
Have a
have
great
with
week,
me today,
everyone.
Dr. Will
See ya.
Tuttle. Will, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I am also delighted to be here. And
No
thanks
problem,
everyone for
Dr.
joining
Will.
us.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you. Dr. Tuttle is a visionary author and educator. His book here, I want to show you. The World Peace Diet has inspired so many people to embrace veganism for global harmony and ethical awakening, really. And this is just one of several books that Dr. Tuttle has authored. His studies in philosophy, music, spirituality, that all show that our food choices affect our health and affect the world. And his work has been translated into so many different languages. It has influenced just countless people around the world. And today we're going to discuss his latest work, which is called Food for Freedom: Reclaiming Our Health and Rescuing Our World. It explores how human liberation is tied to the freedom of all sentient beings. And I'm going to put a link down in the description where you can go and buy the book, which I recommend. It's a book that's really, it's very timely for what's going on in the world today and what's been going on in recent years. If you follow my videos, you know, my last video was about mind control and propaganda. And this is an area where I think Dr. Tuttle has information as well. He's produced a lot of important analysis about the COVID operation, I know, and you know what goals of people that are behind some of the things going on might be in the world these days. And not only does he have this cogent analysis and explanations, but he got really useful ideas on what to do to protect yourself and the world, really. So his new book here, I've got my copy, Food for Freedom. It's based in some way on Dr. Tuttle's fascinating journey. It begins with his travels with very little money with his brother Ed during the Vietnam era, and they explored intentional communities like the farm. The farm was one of America's largest communes. It was founded in Tennessee in 1971 by Stephen Gaskin and hundreds of idealistic young people from San Francisco. It became a pioneering force for vegetarianism, as well as for things like natural childbirth and just, you know, sustainable living in general. At its peak in the early 1980s, I think it housed up to 1,500 people. So Dr. Tuttle went on to become a Zen monk, getting his PhD in education at Berkeley, and then going from there to just become a leading voice for compassion and nonviolence. And you and your wife, Will, I think, Madeline, you share your message through music as well. I know you've done over a long time. Will's an accomplished musician, a pianist, a lyricist, and Madeline is an accomplished artist, I think, and she's also a musician. And so they weave together art and activism in a unique way. So it is wonderful to have you, Will. What's going on with you?
Thank you, Jeff. You know, I really appreciate your deep understanding about the farm. Actually, most people have no idea about the history of the farm. It was people from San Francisco going out there, like you said, in the early 1970s. My brother Ed and I got there in 1975. At that point, we were not vegetarians. We were really interested in spiritual awakening. We left home right after college in 1975, and with no money, we thought we would just walk and meditate like sadhus of India and attain enlightenment. And we thought the best place to attain enlightenment is California. So we were going to walk all the way to California, and we got as far as Buffalo, New York. And it was really cold. It was October. So we just walked south all the way eventually to Alabama. But we did stop for, I would say, a good month or so at the farm, and toward the end of the year of 1975. And that was it. At that point, it was 900 people. They were all, they said, vegetarians. We would today call them vegans. They ate no meat, dairy products, eggs, or honey, or anything. And they did it for ethical reasons. It was mainly for hunger, to try to reduce the amount of suffering that human beings go through by wasting all this food that could be fed to them and feeding it to animals, and also for cruelty. They explained to me the abuse of animals. and they had 900 people. Mainly, they were all vegan, and a lot of the children. There were about 200 kids there at that point. Most of them were vegan from birth. They were all thriving. So that was it. I became a vegetarian in 1975. I've never eaten meat in my life since then, and my wife, Madeline, actually in Switzerland the same month and year, did the same thing. And then 5 years later, in 1980, I was living in meditation centers in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I figured it out about dairy and eggs. So I've been a vegan since 1980. So we're getting up there over 40 years. And I always say it gets better every day. I mean, I'm so happy that I figured that out, and my health has been terrific. And it's just a wonderful thing on every level. So, as you say, the underlying thrust really of my life really for the last 40 years has been to try to help share this message with people through writing, through music and art. Like Madeline's an artist and she plays the flute. So we've been on the road a lot too. And as you say, the World Peace Diet came out that was in 2005. It's been translated, like you said, into about 18 languages. And so we've been invited all over the world. And I think we've given perhaps more lectures than anyone in history, and just in terms of traveling and doing that, for over 4,000 lectures in all 50 states, over 50 countries. And I just love doing it. I love being able to talk to people directly. I think it's great to talk like this. You know, we can do that. But to actually,
you were just out for a couple of weeks. How long? I mean, you leave home to travel for a week or two.
Right. Yeah. Well, we lived actually in an RV for 17 years full time. So that really, we were just almost every, we'd put on about 200 events a year. So like every other day at least. Now we have a house in Northern California, and we about half the year. So we just did a short tour of 13 events in 10 days up to the Pacific Northwest. We're leaving in soon at the end of November for a 5-month tour where we'll do, like last year, we did about 100 events over the 5 months. So we just like to get out there and meet people and talk to people and feel the pulse of the vegan movement, of course, and of our society. And like you were saying, we're going through a lot of major changes, and it's very important. I think the vegan movement is more important than ever, really.
Amen. Yeah. So many people have read the World Peace Diet, or they know about it and kind of have seen your website or other people who promote it as well. So what inspired you to write Food for Freedom, and how does it build on the principles in the World Peace Diet?
That's a really important question. Thanks. I wrote the Food for Freedom mainly to highlight what I saw happening from 2020 on. And the World Peace Diet itself, even though we published a 10th anniversary edition, I didn't have to change anything. It's really one of those evergreen books. It talks about the underlying principles of compassion and kindness for animals and health and environmental sustainability and all these things. None of that really has changed. It's more relevant than ever. But what I was really dismayed, I guess you would say, seeing, and it's something that I've also been warning about in many ways, that the vegan community, the people who identify as vegans, don't seem in many cases to have done enough inner work to see beyond the shallow veneer of the mainstream media and what I refer to as the meat medical media pharmaceutical complex. This whole complex, which is very, very not only wealthy but powerful. And so when 2020 came, I immediately, and Madeline also, we immediately could see that this is a hoax. They're trying to scare us with some kind of story about a virus. And I really, from the very beginning, when I first heard about it, I thought, oh, here we go. What is this? Because they had tried this before a few times with SARS and other things. And I've been one of those people who have always felt, I think probably because of my father, he was going to be a doctor, and he was in World War II as a medic. And he said he wasn't a doctor. He ended up buying a newspaper right about the time I was born in Massachusetts. And so I was raised in a newspaper family, but he wanted to be a doctor, he said, and he didn't like being a doctor, a medic, because not only because of all the blood and horror that he saw, but also because he had to give so many injections to the soldiers. He said they would line up in these long lines and he had to give everyone an injection in the arm. And he saw a lot of bad reactions. And so he said, I think the best thing is to try to stay away from doctors if you can. And try to take care of your own health and don't go to doctors. And so I have followed that advice and pretty much stayed out of pharmaceutical, out of pharmacies and out of doctors' offices for the last 45 years. And he became a newspaper man. So I learned from that, don't trust the media, because I learned really just growing up and listening to my father and mother talking at dinner, we're not going to run this news story because so-and-so advertiser wouldn't like it. So I know in my bones what most people don't know, I realize, which is don't trust the media because it's always a voice of the advertisers. And the biggest advertisers, as we know, are the pharmaceutical industry, the petroleum industry, the fast food industry, the bankers in the background. So we're not going to be getting valid, truthful, authentic information from the mainstream media because it's always has to serve these interests. And so when I saw this huge push to get everyone to wear a mask, for example, to cover your face, this is a very diabolical thing. And I remember thinking, gosh, they're wearing masks in these other countries, but they'll never do it here in the United States. People won't go along with that. And we live way out in the country. And we don't have a TV. So I didn't know, but I remember going into town to go shopping and I couldn't believe my eyes that everybody was wearing masks. And they were like social distancing. They were like afraid of each other. And it was like this surreal world. I think, is this actually happening? And then I realized it was literally impossible to talk logically or rationally about this to almost to anyone. And the so-called vegan movement was just as strict about it, or even more. I mean, they were even more. They were like, whoa. And I thought, but the pharmaceutical industry, I mean, come on, this is like the number one enemy of animals in the world. I mean, they're continually torturing animals by the millions, and they make all their money on sick people. And there's over 10,000 drugs and hormones that are used on cows and pigs and chickens. It's like a total pharmaceutical thing. I've learned this. I've been an animal rights activist for 40 years. And so it's clear to me that actually the pharmaceutical industry is more an enemy of veganism than even the meat industry and the dairy industry, because the meat and dairy industries, they can at least, people have to eat something. So they're buying up, they're doing, fake meat, fake cheese, and they're buying up that. So they can still make money with that. But the pharmaceutical industry, it just basically needs a lot of sick people, a whole flood of sick people. And how you do that is through toxic food and chemicals. And then I realized that, Rockefeller, way back when he made all his money on petroleum, that he realized, and the industry realized, that if you refine that petroleum into petrochemicals, there's a lot of money there. And if you refine the petrochemicals even further, what do you get? You get pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals are just refined petroleum. And so the more chemicals that go out into the environment through pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides, which are now rampant, glyphosate and all these things, then you create a lot of sick people because they eat this food and they drink the water and so forth. And so that's great for business. Now we get lots of pharmaceuticals. And if you can mandate people getting actually injected with pharmaceuticals and have no liability possible, I mean, give me a break. I mean, how can anyone not see? This is so obvious. What a farce. And yet I was told, you cannot speak here because you're a COVID denialist, or you're questioning something. And
let me interrupt you just so that people know what we're talking about here. Because we touched on this the other day. You were actually disinvited during COVID from some Veg Fest events, right? Because to me, learning that was kind of shocking to hear that someone with your influence and, your contributions to the vegan movement, a respected author who's, inspired all these people, that you would be barred from a veg fest event rather. These are events, meant to promote veganism. You're excluded because, you differed from Dr. Fauci or whatever. Can you tell us more about what happened and how it felt to be sidelined, at least in a couple of places, by the very community that you've helped to create and supported for decades?
Well, yeah, it's one of those things. It's painful for sure, because of all, really, quite honestly, of all of the sort of well-known people in the animal rights or animal liberation or vegan movement, I was recognized and I think respected more almost than anyone. I mean, I remember when they had the big debate between Gary Francione and Bruce Friedrich, sort of the welfareists versus the animal liberationists. And they had to pick someone who would moderate the debate. They picked me. It's like because the World Peace Diet was like this book that just promotes veganism and promotes better welfare and liberation and everything. It's kind of like I could go anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country, and everyone would always come, and we had big turnouts. It was just always.
It's true. It's true. The World Peace Diet has always been up here, kind of above. In a sense,
right?
It really is. It's a very inclusive. Nobody argues with it, whereas people argue among other aspects. That's
right.
Interesting. I didn't know that you had been selected to moderate that exchange.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, so this was it, and we would go to to Europe and China and India and Africa and the Middle East and Australia, New Zealand, everywhere, and we had big crowds. We'd have over 1,000 people very often, 2,000 people. We had come to one of my talks in Asia. I think we set records, But the thing is, what I realized right away, just on Facebook or whatever, when I posted that we should just get together and ignore this, the absolute hatred really that came from people from that and the warnings people gave me. They said, look, if you speak up about this, you're going to lose your whole reputation. And I thought, this is truth. And if we're worried more about our reputation than the truth, what kind of a life is that? I didn't want to live that kind of a life. I didn't want to be afraid to speak up about things that are really killing people or harming people and animals and everything. I've always felt like I should speak up about this.
There's a great quote. I don't know if it's Voltaire. I just saw it recently. If the truth kills someone, let them die. I think that's a Voltaire quote.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. So, so during COVID, things kind of shut down. Nobody had any Veg Fest for a year or two. And we continued anyway. We did lectures anyway. We went to Hippocrates Health Institute in Florida. They stayed open, and we went on staff, and we just stayed there for I think 2.5 months and gave lectures and concerts. And then we did there were some other, in Florida was the only state that was really more open. And so we did quite a few events in Florida. People were more willing to just get together and ignore this whole ridiculous thing. But then when they started opening up again, the big Veg Fest where they had always asked me to please speak, like in San Francisco, Sacramento, Santa Rosa, San Luis Obispo. No. You're not allowed to speak here. And I'm still not allowed. I mean, it's not over. Jeez. And in fact, we just did a tour up to the Pacific Northwest, and the same thing is still happening. It's still happening. People are saying, no, you should never give a platform to someone who questions science. Like science is some kind of thing that I used to teach college courses in epistemology, and the study of how we know what we think is true is actually true. So we have this method we call the scientific method, and we think that somehow that magically gives us the truth, but we don't realize. And I also took courses at Berkeley when I had to get my PhD, and I think this is important. I took courses in quantitative and qualitative research methodologies, and through those courses, I really went deep into research and how it is always dependent on the kinds of questions that people are asking and who's funding it and what the objective is. Doctors and most professionals don't ever get that kind of education. They're very naive. They believe, well, I remember doctors said, well, because the whole thing was the PCR test, right? So we know that someone has COVID because of the PCR, the polymer, whatever it is, a polymerase chain reaction test. And the fellow that invented that test said very clearly, Terry Mullis, that you can never use this to diagnose anything. But I remember talking to vegan MDs, and they would say, I would say, how do you know that someone has COVID? And they said, well, we send it out to the lab. It goes to the lab. The lab knows. It's like they would never question the lab, no matter what. And that's what I realized. It's like this whole system is in place where we trust these authorities. And I learned in my research at Berkeley and in teaching epistemology and so forth that it's in many ways it's a house of cards. You rise up through the educational system, and in order to get the degrees, you have to become like them. And it works great. You get paid well, you have security, you have a reputation, but what price do you pay? And what price are we paying for that? And I think that's why this whole COVID thing could go for so long, with people still, even today, don't get it. They still don't realize the terrible damage that these injections actually do when you have toxic chemicals going right into your bloodstream. And everyone's afraid to talk about it, because if you do, you lose your medical license. And if you lose your
so it's a
medical
very
license,
authoritarian system. The drug companies have a lot of power over the curriculum and treatment, standards. And I know myself a number of doctors, vegan doctors, who think like you do and like I do, but they're not going to talk about it. They'll talk about it with their friends. They're not going to go out for just the reasons you mentioned. You can lose your job. You can be discredited. You can be disinvited from somewhere. And it's kind of a wacky time that we find ourselves in. And I think of people like my dear friend, John McDougall, who died this year, unfortunately, who's given so many talks debunking pharmaceutical research, and is always drawing attention to who paid for it and how you can structure a study to get any result you want. Scientists are clever and they got to make money. And yeah, it's, that natural kind of suspicion that I would expect most vegans would have towards anything medical. It's just kind of, for many people, just went out the window. But it's, that's how it was designed, I'm afraid.
Well, yes, I think that's a really good point, Jeff. And I think part of it was that the way it was presented, it was, I think, especially our compassion and our caring was weaponized in many ways against us. Like as vegans and as people on the left in general, we will do anything to help other people, right? So they said, we wear a mask to help, to care for others. We take an injection because we care about our loved ones and we don't want to make them sick. So there's this always, we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for others. And it's like people can't question that, because they feel like if they question it, then they're selfish and self-centered. And I think that is something that we have to understand is a tactic that's being used to harm us. So it's very important that we learn to be discriminating and really, really look deeply at where these messages are coming from and who benefits from these messages. And is there really valid science behind them? There's a lot of hoaxes that are going on right now. And I think this deception really that's rampant in our society, it's in many ways, it's to forward an agenda of turning human beings into livestock. And so that's really why I wrote the Food for Freedom book, was to warn people, but not to make people afraid, but just to wake up to see what's actually happening. Because there's the mentality that we human beings sort of naturally have, not naturally, but we're conditioned to have towards certain animals like cows and pigs and chickens. We don't see them as animals. We see them as objects that we buy and sell by the pound. So we reduce them. We're taught to do that by the cultural rituals we're born into. And I think we have to understand that there are certain human beings who, because of their conditioning, they look at most of humanity as livestock. It's not, we don't wake up in the morning and think, I hate chickens, I hate pigs and cows. We just use them. We don't think about it. And I think there's something similar going on with us. And we are being, I think, through technology, which can centralize power in the hands of a few people more than ever in history, that can be used, that we can be surveyed and tracked like we survey and track millions of animals. A few people can control millions of animals. A few people control millions of people now, too. We have to understand that and be very aware. And that's why it's so important to go vegan. That's the point I want to make is when we live, we will not have freedom until we free animals, because the underlying attitude that we have of turning other beings into objects boomerangs back on us. This is the spiritual teaching also. Whatever we sow, we reap. So it's a big picture, really.
You talk about, as I recall, deceptive cultural narratives surrounding food that you think, limit human freedom. Can you talk about that? What are some of those deceptive cultural narratives, as you say?
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of them, a bunch of deceptive narratives, and they're harmful. Like, for example, if we're sitting down at the table and we're eating meat, dairy, and eggs, one of the main things we don't want to do is make a connection with what we're actually eating. So we learn at a very early age to disconnect the reality that's on our plate from the actual reality that it took to get it onto our plate. No one would ever say on Sunday morning while we're eating bacon, gosh, this bacon is delicious. I wonder what her life was like. We don't go there, right? We don't want to think about that. So that basically compels us to practice disconnecting ritually, because meals are a ritual. Meals are the primary ritual in every society where we get together and we bond over an activity. And so we're eating what is not me becomes me. This is a very powerful symbolic thing. And so when the main ritual in every society that we're engaging in 2 or 3 times every day with people that are close to us is a practice of disconnecting, then we become very good at disconnecting. We lose the capacity to make connections that are relevant. And my PhD at Berkeley, I actually focused quite a bit on intelligence. And intelligence, basically the definition of it is the capacity to make relevant connections. So when you have a situation where everyone is indoctrinated from birth through these very powerful rituals to master the art of disconnecting, just not making connections. And that's not only cognitively, but it's also emotionally, and I would say also even spiritually. Then you have a whole population of people who are relatively easily manipulated, because when we don't make connections, then we just go along. We kind of do what we're told to do. We don't see what's really going on. So that's one. I'll give a couple more. Another one, the subtext of every meal also is privilege and elitism, because the underlying, we don't say that, but the underlying message when we're eating animal foods is that certain people are inherently superior, other beings are inherently inferior, and it's fine for the superior beings to dominate and exploit the inferior beings. This is what we're eating every day, that mentality, that basic story. And yet here we are, we're trying to create a world of justice, of equality, and so forth. And yet our main ritual is the opposite of that. And we see what happens. We have more injustice and inequality than ever. I remember right before COVID, the Oxfam did a study, and I think it was in 2018, and they said that the 1% of the population of the human beings on planet Earth had the same amount of wealth as the other 99%. They did the same thing again in 2022, and it was now the 1% had twice as much wealth as everybody else on the planet. It's just doubling like every 4 years, So this is the thing. But we have to see it's our own fault in many ways. I mean, if we're going to insist on eating animal foods and sowing the seeds of disconnectedness, of injustice, of what I also referred to, another big one I'll just mention briefly, is the domination of Sophia, the sacred feminine dimension of consciousness, which is the capacity to love and nurture and protect life. When we suppress that also, then we find the same thing happening to us. We lose our capacity. So it's really about resurrecting these capacities, resurrecting our natural intelligence, compassion, empathy, awareness, and being proactive in being healthy. That's really important. Not thinking that I only can be healthy by going to a doctor and taking a drug, going to a drugstore, but to really learn how to be healthy, because health and freedom are connected at a very deep level. And people don't realize that. I think when we lose our health, we lose our freedom. That's a very important thing to understand.
It's interesting because we're doing this on the day after the election is when we're recording this, and looking at social media and so on. I'm seeing some people are very excited about the idea of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. looking into the CDC and, why are people so unhealthy? And that's all interesting and important, if that happens. But the main thing I think is, look, to create health, get healthy. You get yourself healthy, because nobody, no CDC, no food company, no doctors or anything like that are going to do it. People have to learn to take control themselves. And, that's really the only route. Now, you mentioned, and when you're talking about these cultural narratives, you talk about the golden rule as central to your teachings. So can you talk about that in terms of food choices and, leading to greater peace and freedom?
Yes, I think we don't realize how morality and ethics is really pretty simple and straightforward. And I remember when we went to China and we went to Chufu, the city in northeast China where Confucius lived, and they had this big United Nations World Heritage Site, and they have right there, Confucius say, do not do to others what you would not want to have done to yourself, right? This basic teaching of the golden rule that's propounded in all the world's wisdom traditions and religions by the great sages and saints. It's so simple. And yet it's something that, even though we know we should try to abide by that in our relationship with other human beings, very often we don't do it when it comes to animals. We think somehow that animals don't matter, that we can abuse them in all kinds of ways. And since they're so inferior, or they don't have a soul, or whatever the legitimizing rationalization might be, that allows us to do that. And we don't realize that our violence towards these beings, even though they're incapable of retaliating, this is an important point, they don't sue us, they don't hit us back. These poor cows and chickens and pigs, whatever we do to them, they just suffer and they die and they get abused and so forth. What we don't realize is, even though they do not retaliate, our violence towards them always retaliates. It comes back as a heart attack, or as some kind of physical disease, or as stress and depression and anxiety, or as conflict in society. Our violence always comes back. And great sages and saints, and I think anyone really who opens their mind and heart to understanding the power really of our thoughts and actions, we all know this in our bones, that whatever we put out eventually comes back. And so the golden rule is really the golden key, not only to happiness for ourselves and others, but also it ties in directly with the other main teaching in all the world religions, which is, whatever you sow, you will reap. We try to think that, it doesn't really matter. And Madeline and I, we've been traveling for 30 years, warning people, if we are going to insist on force medicating and microchipping and tracking millions of beings every day, what makes us think that that's not going to happen to us? Whatever we do, it comes back, and we find, and that's the mysterious thing. It's very interesting, and I write about this a little bit in Food for Freedom, is why have we been so willing to just be microchipped in many ways? I mean, we got phones, we have things that track us. People they wanted everybody to be tracked, so why have we been so willing to have our freedoms taken away, being told you can't go to church, you can't speak your mind, these basic, like the Bill of Rights, just we don't need that anymore. Why were we so gullible and so willing to give that up? And these rights up, these precious rights, which are easily lost and very difficult to ever get them back again. And I think the reason is, quite honestly, this deep shame and sense of it's a healthy sense of guilt, I think, of what we're doing to animals. It just reduces our power. Again, that's why I was so surprised that vegans didn't just like jump up and say, all right, look, we're free. We want animals to be free. You're not going to take away our freedom. If we don't have freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of communication, and freedom of bodily autonomy, we can never help animals. We can't even help ourselves. How can we help animals? I was shocked that people who really care about freedom for animals were willing to give up their own freedom. I mean, that's completely implausible. And yet, and the irony, of course, in many ways, was it was the people who care about their own freedom who, in many ways, said, well, I want to have my own sheep and my own goats and be self-sufficient out on the land and kill my own animals for food. And so, again, that's incongruous as well. Like, we prize freedom for ourselves, and yet we're going to steal it from others and get mad if someone tries to steal it from us. So the whole realization for me was that we are natural allies. The people who care about animal liberation, people who care about human freedom, we should be really working together and collaborating enthusiastically together. And that's why I wrote the book Food for Freedom, to try to help people see these connections, which I think ultimately we have to see this. Otherwise, we are going to keep going down a path that will not have a good ending, like cows and pigs and chickens. 10,000 years ago, we started imprisoning cows, and look, they're still in prison 10,000 years later. I wouldn't want that to happen to us humans. And we have technology in place where it could happen, quite honestly. It's an important time.
So how does, shifting gears here, consumerism and materialism, as you discuss in the book, how do they inhibit our ability to make conscious food choices?
That's the key to everything. What animal agriculture forces us into is philosophical materialism, because we're eating beings that we buy and sell millions of times every day by the pound. We buy and sell these beings by the pound, like they're just sacks of cement. That is not only incredibly damaging to them, they're just horribly mutilated and abused because of our materialism, but it hurts us. And pretty soon we see ourselves merely as matter. And that's what we're taught in school. We're just a thing, and then out of that comes the whole idea that the universe is just this random thing that happened. Nothing has any meaning, and we're just here, and we're just here to pass on our genes. And so that's a philosophy for slaves. If you want to have people who don't have an inner sense of purpose that is enlightening and uplifting, if the only reason that we can see for being happy is to be comfortable and to have more wealth and to have more that we can consume. And the people that we venerate the most in our society are those who consume most conspicuously. Bill Gates has like 11 private jets. I mean, gosh, I wish I could be him. That's what people think. And so this materialism leads to misery and to consumerism, which destroys ecosystems and destroys the inner landscape of our consciousness, of our relationships, of our society. It turns us against each other, and it's based on deception. And the thing about deception, I just want to say quickly, is that of all the ways of harming people, you can hit them, you can abuse them, steal from them, all these things. People know they've been harmed, but with deception, you can harm people and they don't even know they're being harmed. That's why deception in many ways is the most insidious form of harm. And that's what's happening so much. People are getting harmed and they're losing their health, their wealth, everything. And they don't realize, and they still think that those who are doing it are their friends and allies. Our government agencies, the media. And so it's essential to realize this, and also realize that the other thing that deception accomplishes is it divides people. because those who realize that they're being deceived suddenly now are in conflict with those who don't. And so if you want to divide a society, you start just pouring out deception and people start fighting with each other, and then you can control them. So it's really important for us to understand that being gullible, like being fooled, is not just being a victim. If I'm gullible and I'm fooled, I am also a perpetrator, because as soon as I'm fooled, and then I think, oh, I better wear a mask and then I start wearing my mask, I just start basically reinforcing that in other people and becoming a perpetrator and causing violence in the society. So gullible people create tremendous violence. And it's really important to understand that we have a responsibility to clearly understand what's happening and do everything we can not to be fooled. Because if we're fooled, it becomes contagious. And as it becomes contagious, the whole society, the basic immune system of a society is the ability not to be fooled. So that's very important. So I'm so glad you did your last video was about how not to have our minds be manipulated. I mean, that is so important. I really appreciate your efforts on this, Jeff, really.
Thanks.
It's great.
Don't get me started. Definitely have the term "good Germans" comes to mind sometimes to me.
Right.
But people who I know who have serious health problems that they've developed recently.
And becoming a perpetrator, everything we can not to be fooled. Because if we're fooled, it becomes contagious. And as it becomes contagious, the whole society, the basic immune system of a society is the ability not to be fooled. So that's very important. So I'm so glad you did your last video was about how not to have our minds be manipulated. I mean, that is so important. I really appreciate your efforts on this, Jeff, really.
Thanks.
It's great.
Don't get me started. Definitely have the term "good Germans" comes to mind sometimes to me.
Right.
But people who I know who have serious health problems that they've developed recently, it's almost like they can't make that connection. That's too much.
Right.
Let me shift gears here again to when Sabrina and I went vegetarian. We read John Robbins' Diet for New America. And to me, health-wise, that sort of appealed to Sabrina. The animal argument, she'd had chickens as pets as a kid and she'd seen them differently. And then reading that book made her realize, wait a sec, these are the same animals as the ones we're eating. And so then she got sick. She got an autoimmune disease, very serious. And we came across John McDougall and went on his low-fat vegan diet, and she put it in remission. And only after being vegan then for a period of time did we the animal aspect open up to us. So we came into this through health, basically, and our self-interest. And then I guess maybe because you're no longer complicit in that, you can kind of take a look at it and go, hey, that's messed up. That I don't hold with that, although Sabrina was already there. So my question, what role do you think spirituality and inner growth play in transitioning to a plant-based lifestyle as per your view here?
Yeah, I think it's very helpful, but it's not. It's like whatever brings someone in, like you said, like with Sabrina, it was the health, and then out of the health, sort of a motivation to be healthy, which is that's a good motivation. I mean, it's a wonderful motivation. And out of that, then we begin to be willing to look more deeply into how the animals are treated and maybe environmental concerns and human starvation and all these other things. But ultimately, from my point of view, veganism is just a modern iteration of an ancient teaching, ahimsa, which means non-harmfulness, to try to minimize the amount of abuse and violence we're causing in the world. And that's, to me, is synonymous really with spirituality. I think what spirituality really is, it's nothing exotic. It's just simply understanding that each one of us is an emanation of an infinite divine love on this earth. We're not taught that maybe, but that there's one life living through all of us, and we are related. And the more we bless others, the more we're blessed. The more we harm others, the more we're harmed. I mean, this underlying understanding. And I was fortunate, I think, to in my 20s to just decide to spend thousands of hours just sitting and not doing anything, just watching my mind. And I was able eventually to get to a place where I realized that I had been so programmed, and I had identified with that programming and with the name and all my stories and everything. And then to realize I'm none of that. What I am is like the infinite sky where the clouds come and go, but what we are is eternal consciousness. I mean, I took a vow of silence for like 3 months and just sat. And so that understanding for me is kind of underlies everything. When we realize that we are the infinite consciousness, then our reputation isn't that important in the big picture and all these other things. The most important thing is to speak our truth with love for the benefit of others, for the benefit of all beings, and do our best to develop our inner guidance system. I think that's the key, not to learn that as soon as we trust outer authorities, we are in danger, because outer authorities very often have been programmed in ways that are not in our best interest. The real authority is internal. And when we can trust that, we can be healthy. And being healthy is the greatest gift we can give to others. So when Sabrina got more healthy, she was blessing everyone around her, people around her, animals, everyone is blessed, because the more drugs we take, the more toxins go into the world. It's all poison. So health is a very compassionate thing. Being healthy is very compassionate, and it's a very important thing. But the inner authority and making a connection with that, I think, is critical.
Beautiful. You talk about deep veganism and surface veganism. Can you explain the difference and its significance?
Right. Well, the shallow veganism, basically, or just going vegan, is great in a sense. It's just basically saying, okay, no meat, no dairy, no eggs, no wool, no silk, no leather. Try to minimize our violence to animals. Wonderful. It's good. It'd be great if more people did that. But a lot of people think, okay, I'm vegan now, so I'm not the problem. Everybody else is the problem. I have to just go out and change everybody now, and then we'll have a better world, and fail to actually go deeper and realize that even though we've changed our outer buying habits and so forth, we haven't actually changed the inner, really, or healed, maybe the better word, healed the wounds that come from living in a society where we're raised with materialism. Like, we're still materialistic. We still haven't questioned the deep underlying structure of our society and engaged in connecting with who we really are at a deeper level. And I think when we fail to take that second step, then we fall prey, like we saw happening, to these narratives that make us go right along with very harmful things, like the whole medical thing we saw with COVID. And so, and also to start fighting with each other about tactics and all the fighting within the vegan movement and all these different things. So I think the inner work, the whole idea, I guess, basically is, Walt Whitman said in one of his poems, "I and mine, we do not convince by arguments, we convince by our presence." So the second step of deep veganism is when we embody what veganism is as just love for animals and for each other, and develop the capacity to have relationships with others where we're not shaming, blaming, criticizing them, but actually doing our best to speak our truth and do it for the best of everyone. So it's an ongoing challenge. It's like a never-ending challenge, I would say.
What are some practical steps that you suggest for people who are seeking to free themselves from harmful food narratives like we're talking about?
Well, the practical steps really are, like I said, number one, to actually go vegan. I mean, to just do the best we can not to buy and support the systems of slavery of animals and humans, like chocolate and other things that use slavery. Try to be more conscious as consumers. But then beyond that, I really would have to say to have a discipline where we take some time every day to do self-inquiry, to like, what am I? And really listen internally and let our mind become quiet. There's many different forms of meditation and spiritual practice, but I think if we don't do something like that, our mind is basically just running all the time. So, when I was, it's been like 50 years. When I was like, I guess 22, I started doing this every day, and I haven't missed a day since. I just take time every day to just sit quietly and meditate. And to me, it's just a very important foundation for everything. And it can be done while moving. I think some people do it while they're jogging, I guess, or hiking. But I do think it's very important to take time every day to quiet the mind and not be a human doing, just be. And also find teachings, spiritual teachings, whatever tradition you're drawn to, whether it's Christian or Buddhist or whatever, and reflect on the wisdom of these teachings, so that we can live from a more spiritual understanding and free ourselves from materialism, which is really harmful. It's really harmful, materialism.
Wow, Will, this has been a great talk. I'm really enjoying this. I'm going to have you come back. There's a lot we can talk about. I'm going to cut to the chase and just give my review, basically, because there's just a sampling of where you go in this book is very deep. I love how you explore, the hidden influences of these powerful industries and institutions on health and freedom and food systems. It's all related. It's all, related to each other. And the pharmaceutical, agricultural, and government sectors are so intertwined, and they profit from dependency, really, whether it's on animal products, processed foods, drugs like you talk about. And that is really, that erodes your health and your freedom. And, you show in the book how these industries that, manipulate narratives about health and nutrition and freedom. And they do this, again, to control the choices that the consumer makes and to foster dependence. I mean, it's pretty clear. It's your collective gullibility section, and how the media is used in education and healthcare to create compliance, with what are harmful norms that hurt people, that hurt the planet. And the mistreatment, like we talked about, of the link between animal mistreatment and societal control that you touched on here is a great section, and how, people can be oppressed just like we oppress animals, and the connection between spiritual growth and freedom. And it's almost, someone listening to this might think, oh, this sounds conspiratorial or something, but you've done a great job of backing it up. And, you suggest you show this agenda that's really to promote dependence and compliance. And it aligns with your belief and mine as well in questioning society's really deep-rooted structures to find, true freedom. So I give it 2 thumbs up for sure. I recommend it. I think people would enjoy it as I did. I'm putting a link to the book below. And thank you so much, Will, for joining me today. We're going to have you back when you're back from the road next.
Great. Yeah, I look forward to it, Jeff. It's been really an honor to talk a little bit and get into this. And you're right, there's a lot more we can talk about. And thanks so much, because you've always been really a voice for self-responsibility. And I think it's that self-responsibility that's so important, rather than, like you say, being dependent on these outer systems. And that's really, I think, the key thing here. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Will. And thank you to the viewers for watching to this point. Please give the video a like, a share.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. to every